Chapter 26:08. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Chapter 26:08. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Whose? H. Plus a bright light rose into the sky. The expressions of Lin Tong and the rest changed greatly, and they cried out in surprise, "Your Excellency, that person went to report just now." Now, the entire Holy Mountain's transformation powerhouses probably all know that we're here. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "If they know, then they know. No harm." The faces of Lin Tong and the rest turned black, criticizing endlessly in their hearts. This guy was also too bold, right? Even several hundred transformation powerhouses could not scare him. After traveling several more miles, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. Lin Tong and the rest were overjoyed, thinking inwardly that this guy finally had a change of mind and was going to run. However, Yi Yuan circled one round around the few of them and said coolly, "The few of you don't leave the circle that I've just walked. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die." Lin Tong and the rest had baffled faces. Right at this time, 6 to 7 figures suddenly came from all directions, surrounding Yi Yuan. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face who was leading said in a solemn voice, "Punk to actually dare trace Ba. S the Holy Mountain, are you courting death?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I heard that there are transformation powerhouses on Xianyan Mountain, so I wanted to come and have an exchange. I didn't expect that the person guarding the gates doesn't know how to speak human language. So I taught him a lesson. How did it become trace Ba? Sing?" The man's expression changed when he heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "What? You defeated Jiang Zhenyu?" Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "Is it very strange to beat him? Or is it that it's all the likes of him on this so-called holy mountain?" The muscles on the few people's faces were all twitching when they heard that. The likes of him? When did transformation powerhouses become like that? Brat, don't be arrogant. You, a sect disciple, can you really overturn the heaven on the holy mountain? Attack together. Kill this boy. The man with the scar gave a cold yell and rushed up along with the people around him. Yi Yuan broke the grand array and defeated Jiang Zhenyu forcefully, and then trace Ba, said the mountain. The man did not dare to underestimate him. Hence, he directly called his companions to attack together. 7 to 8 transformation powerhouses rushed forward together. The commotion was quite shocking. Some took the form of weapons, some took the form of predatory birds, and some took the form of celestial phenomena to attack. The terrifying power made the faces of Lin Tong and the rest who were not far away to change drastically. 7 to 8 transformation powerhouses. They had never seen it before. It was just that these people's transformations were mostly just the great Tao transformation of a single rule. It was too weak to stand up to a single blow in Yi Yuan's eyes, and even worse than Jiang Zhenyu. It was also no wonder that they would be so surprised at him defeating Jiang Zhenyu. Yi Yuan was rather perplexed. Since these people comprehended great Tao transformation, why did the perfection process be so slow? After he ascended, he had been studying alchemy Tao most of his time and did not come into contact with great Tao transformation people. No need to talk about eastward country. There definitely was not. Martial secure, heavenly sect definitely had. But at least even Lu Zhanyuan, that level of powerhouse, did not comprehend it. Luo Yunqing might have comprehended it. It was just that he had never displayed it before. Hence, Yi Yuan did not have a clear contrast. He thought that since they could comprehend great Tao transformation, their comprehension ability naturally would not be poor. Even if it was not as good as his, it should also have been perfected in 8 to 10 years. In the end, Jiang Zhenyu comprehended for 50 years and did not even fully perfect it. Therefore, in his eyes, this bunch of people was really unbelievably trash. He reckoned that they hit the jackpot. That was how they comprehended great Tao transformation. Under the environment of the land of exile, it was not necessary to be extremely talented to break through. Wandering on the edge of life and death countless times, as long as one could kill their way over. Even if their talent was slightly poor, they could comprehend it too. These people might belong to that type. All in all, Yi Yuan did not face much pressure dealing with the Scarman, these few people. In fact, he did not even need to use 2 swords at once. One sword, swimming between the 7 to 8 people, there was plenty of room for playing the butcher's knife. By the side, Lin Tong and the rest were long already dumbstruck with amazement. They knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but they did not expect that he was so strong. Fighting 1 versus 8. He was actually still overpowering the other side. One had to know Yi Yuan only comprehended great Tao transformation for a short 3 years. Suddenly, Lin Tong's expression changed, discovering that there were another over a dozen people flying over here swiftly. Those people right now were all attracted by Yi Yuan. Then this batch of powerhouses that came over this time would definitely make them the first target of assault. Freaking H-E-L-L, fight it out. Su Weiqing drew his saber and was about to fight it out to the death with this group of people. Lin Tong suddenly remembered Yi Yuan's instructions and said, "Old Su, don't be impulsive. His Excellency made us stay where we are. He must have some means." Su Weiqing's expression turned heavy, and he immediately became quiet. They knew that Yi Yuan had a lot of methods. It was just that they could not understand just what method Yi Yuan had deployed. Humph! A bunch of outside world ants also dare to trace Ba. S the Holy Mountain? You're really tired of living. The few of you go and die first then. An old man in a blue S-H-I plus RT had an extremely vigorous aura, pouncing over towards Lin Tong and the rest. The 3 people's expressions changed greatly, immediately feeling the threat of death. The moment transformation was released, the imposing aura became completely different. Even if their cultivation realm was the same, their combat power was vastly different. But right at this time, the old man in blue S-H-I plus RT suddenly vomited blood, his body falling from midair. When he fell to the ground, he had actually already breathed his last. Lin Tong and the rest exchanged glances, all extremely shocked. He was poisoned. When did His Excellency use the poison? Su Weiqing said with a look of shock. Lin Tong pondered for a moment and said, "It should be when he walked a circle around us." What a brilliant method of poisoning. We actually didn't detect it at all. Wei Xiang smiled bitterly and said, "Not just us. These transformation powerhouses, their sensitivity to poison is many times stronger than us. Even they are completely unaware." The 3 people were deeply shocked inwardly. Only then did they understand why Yi Yuan dared to be so arrogant. With such means, it was simply overwhelming in this first level. So what if a transformation level powerhouse? Killing you was as easy as blowing off the dust. It was just that Yi Yuan came here to temper himself, so he was disdainful to use it. Looking at it this way, Yi Yuan saying to slaughter all the transformation powerhouses on the mountain previously was not empty talk. Only with confidence did he dare to look down on them. Sure enough, when the others saw the blue S-H-I plus RT old man's bizarre death, each and every one of them did not dare to get close to Lin Tong and the others. They simply rushed toward Yi Yuan together. More than 10 transformation powerhouses surrounded Yi Yuan all at once. Some of them, their strengths were not weak. Yi Yuan killed his way in and out of the crowd with 1 person and 1 sword, and already severely wounded 3 to 4 people as if it was a no man's land. The so-called Holy Mountains powerhouses were akin to toddlers learning how to walk in front of Yi Yuan, very comical. Without the threat of transformation powerhouses, the minds of Lin Tong and the rest also relaxed, observing the battle carefully. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. His Excellency is too strong. His opponents are too trashy. They are completely not on the same level at all. Furthermore, His Excellency's sapling has 2 leaves, but he only utilized 1 leaf. So, he clearly isn't using his full strength. Just what kind of a monster did Martial Secure, Heavenly Sect produce? Lin Tong said in horror. The other 2 people nodded one after another in deep agreement. All withdraw. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Right at this time, a voice sounded out. A handsome youth walked down the mountain. The group of transformation powerhouses stepped back one after another, their faces full of shame. Chapter 26:09. 3 Laws versus 5 Laws. Chapter 26:09. 3 Laws versus 5 Laws. The youth had red lips and white teeth, and was extraordinarily handsome, like the boy next door. But when Yi Yuan saw him, he felt pressured. This kind of pressure was like facing Changsun, Xingyu back then. This person was very strong. 3 laws transforming, indeed formidable. You all didn't lose in vain. I didn't expect that a genius such as yourself actually appeared in the outside world. The youth looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes revealing a look of appreciation. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "You're not bad either." Beside the youth, a burly man immediately scolded, "Insolence! How are you speaking to Holy Lord, His Excellency?" The youth waved his hand slightly, motioning for the burly man to back down, and said coolly, "His strength isn't beneath Li Cheng's. From today onwards, he's the Holy Mountain's 4th Holy Lord. You all are not to be impolite." The burly man was greatly alarmed and repeatedly said yes. Bowing toward Yi Yuan, he said, "I pay respects to Holy Lord." The others also had shocked expressions on their faces. No one expected that this newcomer actually became a Holy Lord, but an unwillingness to submit was clearly written on their faces. It was just that they did not dare to say any more. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the burly man and said to the youth, "Oh, there are actually 2 powerhouses, such as yourself on this mountain?" The youth nodded and said, "I'm called Han Yi, the Chief Holy Lord. The 2nd Holy Lord is called Jizha. 3rd Holy Lord is called Li Cheng. From now on, you'll be the Holy Mountain's 4th Holy Lord." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "What bulls? I plus T Holy Lord, not interested. I came here to find people to spar with. Your strength is not bad, so why don't we have a fight?" He had no interest in living a life of being a local despot. What Yi Yuan wanted was to consolidate his foundation, then break through to greater sublime, heavenly stratum. He did not have time to keep wasting in the land of exile. However, all the powerhouses in the mountain looked at Yi Yuan with surprise. This guy actually refused to be a holy lord. Furthermore, he even dared to be so unbridled in front of Chief Holy Lord, really courting death. The youth took it in stride and said smilingly, "You're not my match." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I haven't fought before. How would you know?" The youth shook his head and said with a smile, "You're an extremely rare 3 rules transformation. But I am 5 laws transformation. Do you feel that you have a chance of winning?" Although Yi Yuan had never heard of 3 laws transformation, it was very easy to guess that the meaning of 3 laws meant 3 kinds of power of rules. He was a little surprised. This youth actually comprehended 5 kinds of rules at the same time. No wonder he could live a life of being a local despot and proclaim himself as Holy Lord. He indeed had some capability. However, Yi Yuan did not think that his own 3 laws were lousier than the other party. Sword S, P, A, C formation, 3 paths, they seemed as different night and day, to be as different as chalk and cheese, but Yi Yuan forcibly combined them together, and it transformed and took shape. When these 3 paths reached the extreme, they could all form their own universes. They were absolutely top great Daos. If you understood more rules, it would definitely be stronger. Yi Yuan never thought this way. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "If I was sure of success, I would have killed you with 1 sword and be done with it. Why would I go so far as to talk nonsense with you here? It's because there's no certainty of winning that we have to fight. Otherwise, what's even the point of me coming to the land of exile?" The youth looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said with a nod, "You seem to be different from the rest. Forget it. I'll have a battle with you today and let you know the disparity between 3 laws and 5 laws." Finished saying, a lotus platform already appeared in the youth's palm. There were 5 lotus seeds on the lotus platform. Clearly, each lotus seed represented a kind of power of rule. The moment this 5-star lotus appeared, Yi Yuan felt unprecedented pressure. But his all-in-compa, S, Sing Sacred Tree, was already raring to go. Fear did not exist. This word was not in his, Yi Yuan's, dictionary. The youth smiled and said, "My transformation form is called 5-star lotus. If you can last 30 moves under the 5-star lotus, you'll be 2nd Holy Lord from now on. G can only last 28 moves under my 5-star lotus. He's the same as you, also 3 laws transformation." When everyone heard it, each and everyone was extremely shocked. Even this mountain full of transformation powerhouses was also like that. They only knew that the 3 great Holy Lords were not what they could compare to. But they never knew that the gap between Chief Holy Lord and 2nd Holy Lord was actually so great. Hearing these, their gazes when looking towards Yi Yuan became sympathetic. This boy was so arrogant. He finally ran into his match now, right? But Yi Yuan was disdainful and said coolly, "Bring it on, so much nonsense. All in compa, S, Sing Sacred Tree, go." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, his entire person turning into a sharp sword, flying straight for Hani. 2 rays of sword light surrounded Yi Yuan's body, overflowing with a murderous aura. After leaving seclusion, it was Yi Yuan's first time unleash. Plussing both swords together. That power was more than a level stronger than when fighting with everyone previously. Everyone's countenances changed one after another. Only now did the transformation powerhouses who besieged Yi Yuan previously know that they had already made a trip to gates of H, EL, L, and back. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast, arriving in front of Han Yi in virtually a blink of an eye. Han Yi's pupils constricted too, being startled by Yi Yuan's strength. However, what kind of figure was Han Yi? Although he was startled, he did not panic, only to see him urge his spell. The 5 lotus seeds flew out instantly, splitting into 5 directions, completely enveloping him. And at this time, Yi Yuan arrived. Boom! A loud noise. The 2 people each took several steps back. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. My eyesight isn't failing, right? That boy actually fought to a draw with Chief Holy Lord. This is impossible. How can 3 laws versus 5 laws possibly fight to a draw? Just what the H, E, L did this boy comprehend. 5 laws transformation. This was virtually the ultimate form of transformation. It could be said to be invincible. However, Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw against Chief Holy Lord Han Yi's 5 laws with 3 laws. Although they only exchanged 1 move, Yi Yuan's skill level was evident at a glance. It was not up to them to not be surprised. Yi Yuan beamed and said, "Brag too hard. I was wondering how formidable you were. 5 laws are also nothing more than this." The expression on Han Yi's face finally changed. Sword, S, P, A, C formation. Ha! Terrific lad. I underestimated you. These 3 kinds of ultimate rules, you actually fused them into one, and even succeeded in transformation. 2 swords, 1 yin and 1 yang, perfect without any flaws. How formidable! You have the qualifications to have a battle with me. Although surprised, Han Yi did not turn angry from embarrass, but was faintly very excited instead. It was as if feeling happy to find an opponent. He saw through that Yi Yuan was 3 laws transformation with 1 glance. But as for the specifics, he could not tell without fighting. In the collision just now, he clearly felt sword, S, P, A, C in formation, these 3 great rules. He could not help being greatly surprised. He naturally knew how formidable these 3 rules were. What was even scarier was that the great Tao transformation that this boy comprehended was the perfect form. Perfect form was a form with no weakness to exploit. Just like a world, like nature itself, without defects. The budding 2 green leaves seemed normal, but in fact, they represented the 2 polarities of the universe. The power that these 2 extreme forces burst forth with was unimaginable. Although he comprehended the 5 elements rule, he did not reach this realm. Hence, even though he comprehended 5 laws, his power was greatly discounted. Feeling the other party's fighting intent, Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Ha, that's more like it. Fight again." Chapter 2610, A Rare Opponent to Encounter in One's Lifetime. Chapter 2610, A Rare Opponent to Encounter in One's Lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. 2 streaks of sword light and 5 lotus seeds. They erupted with extremely violent rumbling sounds from time to time. Sword light intersected. The 5 elements rotated. Yi Yuan was locked in a struggle with Han Yi. By the side, everyone was dumbfounded with amazement. A transformation powerhouse said in surprise, "F asterisk King H E L L. This boy's great Tao transformation has already reached the acme of perfection, still entering the land of exile to train my A.S.S. This guy came in purely to abuse people, right?" No one thought that Yi Yuan's combat power would actually be so fearsome. Chief Holy Lord Han Yi rarely took action, but they knew about Second Holy Lord and Third Holy Lord. The power of 3 laws when compared to Yi Yuan was simply heaven and earth. Whatever 30 moves, it seemed to be a complete joke now. Yi Yuan did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest facing 5 laws with 3 laws. Of course, Han Yi was not someone who was easy to deal with either. The 5 elements rules started running, akin to a painting scroll of heaven and earth, with a majestic and grand atmosphere, with no weakness to exploit. Even Yi Yuan could not find the method to crack it for some time too. When Lin Tong heard this, he immediately retorted, "His Excellency didn't comprehend great Tao transformation in the outside world. He just comprehended great Tao transformation 3 years ago in Resplendent Sun City." When the group of transformation powerhouses heard, their eyes immediately became wide saucers. "What? 3 years ago? You punk, you aren't bragging, right? Just 3 years. And he completely perfected his great Tao transformation?" That transformation powerhouse almost jumped up. Something that people did in 3 years. They could not do it even in 30 years. Furthermore, the completion of 3 laws transformation was not as easy as theirs. Easily several hundred years was normal too. But Yi Yuan only used 3 years? Freaking H. E. L. L. Who to reason this out with? By the side, He Yunxiang's mouth curled, and he said, Bragging? Ho, you probably don't know that 3 years ago, His Excellency was still just an upper lesser sublime heavenly stratum. In these 3 years' time, he probably still used a lot of time to increase his cultivation realm. What? Upper lesser, sublime, heaven? That transformation powerhouse's voice got louder and louder, almost overshadowing Yi Yuan two people's fighting sounds. It could be seen how strong his shock currently was. When he Yunxiang, he was actually also in mayhem in his heart. Prior to this, he did not understand the world of transformation powerhouses. He thought that upon entering transformation, one would be a top powerhouse. Only all the way until Yi Yuan rampaged in all directions did he know that transformation was merely just learning the rudiments. 1 law and 3 laws, the difference was too great. Of course, 3 laws and 5 laws, the difference was likewise immense. Furthermore, comprehending was one thing, perfecting was another thing altogether. This process was extremely long, but Yi Yuan only used 2 years, maybe even less than 2 years' time, and completed it. Amidst the shock of the numerous transformation powerhouses, Yi Yuan two people's battle also entered a white-hot stage. The 2 people fought until they were locked in a struggle truly evenly matched. Yi Yuan's great Tao was perfected and had no weakness to exploit. But it was weak in that the time spent was short. Hence, it was not as strong as Hani. While Hani was strong, the 5 elements had not reached the realm of perfection. He was still a hair's breadth away from 5 elements consummation. Most likely, it was also precisely because of this hair's breadth distance that he had been reluctant to ascend all along. If the foundation was not solid when he ascended to greater sublime, heavenly stratum, this shortcoming of imperfection would become more and more of a hindrance. This was what he was not willing to see. But at this time, he was forced to the limit by Yi Yuan. Facing Yi Yuan's formidable Tao of universe, Han Yi unleashed all of his abilities. He could not slack off in the slightest, a moment of carelessness, and he would be defeated. He had become the chief holy lord for so many years, and yet it was still his first time encountering such a formidable opponent. Invincible was always the loneliest. These few years, he yearned for an opponent too. But sadly, there was none. The realm that he had reached was too high. In reality, the 2nd Holy Lord and 3rd Holy Lord below him had already changed one batch after another. But he stood steadfast, because those people's potential had already been exhausted. There was already no need to cultivate anymore. But he was not. He knew that he could perfect his 5 elements transformation even further and greatly improve his strength. But sadly, he was lacking an opportunity. All the way until today, he discovered that this opportunity finally came. Yi Yuan was simply the gift that heaven gave him. Under Yi Yuan's frenzied battle, his 5 elements rule that had already not moved for hundreds of years finally showed signs of loosening. This discovery made him wildly ecstatic. Did he not want to ascend? Of course, he wanted to. Who would willingly be just a lesser, sublime, heavenly stratum all their lives? But he was reluctant to submit. Not perfecting the 5 elements, he would leave behind regrets in the lesser sublime, heavenly stratum realm. This regret would be magnified more and more along with the increase in cultivation realm. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, the 2 people had exchanged blows no idea how many times. That ever-changing application of rule, the bedazzling fighting techniques, all these made the onlookers see things in a blur. Boom. No idea how long had passed. Said either after the 2 people had a violent clash, they each stopped. Yi Yuan and Han Yi were both panting heavily at this time, their auras chaotic, almost collapsing. Clearly, the 2 of them had unleashed their abilities to the limit. Then it fell into a death-like silence on the holy mountain. Only the two people's panting sounds were reverberating. These two people looked at each other just like that. Ha ha! Suddenly, the two people started laughing loudly at the same time. Yi Yuan said, "Didn't you say 30 moves? Now, it's been more than 3,000 moves, right?" Hani laughed loudly and said, "All right, I admit that I postured too much. You are an opponent bestowed upon me by heaven." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Likewise, your 5 elements aren't at the level of perfection and are precisely in need of tempering. No wonder you refuse to ascend. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either." Han Yi disregarded his image and plopped his bottom onto the ground and said, "No choice. My power of rules reached a bottleneck, and I haven't been able to break through all along. I can only live a life of being a local despot here." Yi Yuan also sat down on the ground and said smilingly, "So you made a holy mountain to posture, so it's in order to wait for an opponent?" Hani nodded and said, "That's right, but there are far too few people capable of 5 laws transformation. I've never been able to wait for an opponent that I want. Seeing that you were 3 laws transformation, I was disappointed in my heart." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the end, I didn't disappoint you, right?" Hani laughed and said, "Disappoint? Ha ha! Every pore on my body is being ignited right now. Oh, right, still don't know your name. Brother." "Yi Yuan." "Okay, Yi Yuan, 10 days later, fight again here." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Just so." Finished saying, Han Yi got to his feet and went straight up the mountain. After Yi Yuan got up, he removed the poison formation and walked down the mountain. Everyone had baffled looks. These two people fought and became friends. Could this be the legendary friends are made after a fight? No, wait. It should be a hero valuing another hero. They really met their match. These two people are both of Peerless apartment, Tudes. Their strength is evenly matched. Such an opponent is hard to come across in 10,000 years. Many people gave birth to vicissitudes of emotion in their hearts. It was hard to meet a confidant in life, but it was even harder to meet an opponent in life. The logic of an expert being lonely, this was not what most people had the qualifications to experience. These two people finally found their match. Chapter 26:11, Perfection. Chapter 26:11. Perfection. From this day on, the two people would undergo a great battle on Xianyan Mountain every 10 days to half a month. After a fight, the two people would each go into a retreat to comprehend what they learned in this battle. Yi Yuan's strength and Han Yi's strength were not that much different. One could not do anything to the other. In each battle, the two people practically fought until they were close to collapsing. Both parties' battles also had mutual wins and losses. In the beginning, Han Yi's odds of winning were still a little higher. After all, his 5 laws transformation had been comprehended for a long time. His first form was also a little more mature, but along with the Pa as Sage of Time, Han Yi's advantage was continuously being eroded by Yi Yuan. The two were both peerless geniuses. Under such battles where they both met their match, they made rapid progress. However, Yi Yuan was a notch better in the end. Although the two people were both improving rapidly, Yi Yuan's improvement was clearly faster. 3 years later, Yi Yuan and Han Yi's victories were basically equilibrium already. Another 3 years later, Han Yi could rarely beat Yi Yuan anymore. Another 2 years, Pa S. said, Han Yi could basically just take a beating. 9 years later, Han Yi's first form 5-star lotus finally reached the realm of perfection. Because of this too, his strength improved greatly, suppressing Yi Yuan once again. 5 elements not perfected and 5 elements perfected was 2 entirely different concepts. 5 elements circulating, reproducing in endless succession. It was absolutely one of the most powerful rules, closed loops. But the Tao of Universe that fused sword, S, P, A, C, and formation, these 3 rules, was no less inferior in comparison. What Han-yi was strong in was his rule realm. However, Han-yi was not smug for too long. 5 years later, Yi Yuan caught up again. The two people's combat power was once again equal. Later, Han-yi was completely suppressed by Yi Yuan again. This time, he was utterly convinced. On Xianyan Mountain, rumbling sounds came from time to time. 2 figures crisscrossed, making the group of transformation powerhouses incredibly shocked. Similarly, transformation powerhouses, the disparity was too great. Lord Yi Yuan is really a monster. In just a short 14 years, his first form is almost reaching grand completion. What's scary is that his fighting talent is too strong. These recent few matches, he suppressed Chief Holy Lord until Chief Holy Lord can't lift his head at all. Isn't that so? I originally thought that Chief Holy Lord was incredibly talented, but only after seeing Lord Yi Yuan did I know what's called there's always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. During these 14 years of fighting, these people had witnessed Yi Yuan's growth with their own eyes. Those able to comprehend great Tao transformation, their talents were all 1 in a million. But Han Yi's talent absolutely left people far behind in the dust among this group of people. However, Han Yi was far worse when compared to Yi Yuan. Hence, that was why they would feel vicissitudes of emotion. Boom! Yi Yuan caught Han Yi's slip-up and was unforgiving after gaining the momentum. The universe dual swords aiming for the vitals with each move, and finally completely defeated Han Yi. I concede. Han Yi was helpless and could only admit defeat. Universe dual swords returned to their places. Presently, the young sprout had already grown a lot. It would be a seedling if it continued developing. This also indicated that Yi Yuan's first form already reached the realm of grand completion. Han Yi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You this fellow, can't you save me some face?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Face is earned by yourself, not given by others. If I gave way to you, what's the point of this spar?" Han Yi's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, "You're really boring. Not fighting anymore. Not fighting anymore. There's also no point in continuing to fight anymore. Your father is going to ascend." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in agreement, "Indeed, there's no point in continuing to fight anymore. You and I have both reached our bottlenecks. We can't improve even if we carry on fighting like this. It's time to break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum." Yi Yuan's all-in-compa, S, Sing Sacred Tree, and Han Yi's 5-star lotus had both already reached the limit of lesser sublime heavenly stratum. It was very hard to make any more breakthroughs. Wanting to improve further, they had to break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. Breaking through to greater sublime heavenly stratum was just water that flowed naturally when the channel formed to these two people. If they were willing, they could have long broken through. But a hint of reluctance flashed across Han Yi's face, and he said disappointedly, "With this farewell, I also don't know when we can see each other again." He was different from Yi Yuan. After he ascended, he would go to the land of exile's 2nd level. But Yi Yuan would be directly teleported out. These two people fought for 14 years and also improved together for 14 years. It was naturally inevitable that some feelings of appreciation of each other would be born. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll be waiting for you outside." Han Yi's entire body trembled, his gaze suddenly turning to Yi Yuan. But very soon, it dimmed again, and he said with a bitter smile, "It's useless. This land of exile was personally created by Zhuo Bufan. Forget that I'm just lesser sublime heavenly stratum. Even if I reach grand completion, Jade Sovereign Heaven, it's also impossible to go out. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what? Only with an unyielding heart can one reverse the firmament. Could it be that you accept your fate? The martial artists in the land of exile all had ways of seeking death. But each person's circumstances were different. Han Yi ascended from a great trichiliocosm together with his wife. They were originally a pair of immortal lovers. Han Yi's wife was also very beautiful. Who would have expected that his wife was actually fancied by a small country's prince and actually forcibly defiled? His wife was ready to die to preserve her chaste. 1. Taiyan felt ashamed to face Han Yi, so she committed suicide. Han Yi at that time had just ascended not long ago. His strength was not strong. So how could he resist a country's power? In his rage, Han Yi cultivated frenziedly. Not only did he cultivate to grand completion lesser sublime, heavenly stratum very quickly, he even comprehended great Tao transformation. Who knew that under his fury, he actually sacred a country with his power alone. This matter caused a great sensation. Later, he was captured and thrown into the land of exile. After Yi Yuan learned about this matter, he also sighed endlessly. Han Yi's methods were too fierce. Being captured and put inside, he only had himself to blame as well. However, his nature was not like this. His beloved wife suffering this kind of humiliation. Anyone would probably go crazy too. Han Yi's gaze turned intent, and he immediately revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Fine lad, Han Yi, never accept fate. After going out, I have to cultivate well. Don't get Serpa said by me instead after I go out." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Just the likes of you, you aren't qualified enough yet." Han Yi's face turned black, but he also felt that it was not too likely. This boy was simply a freak. Han Yi felt that he was already monstrous enough, but this boy was even more monstrous than him. In future cultivation, if there were no accidents, Yi Yuan would only shake him off further and further behind. However, Yi Yuan's monstrousness also deeply stimulated him. Han Yi also secretly resolved himself to definitely work hard and not lag behind Yi Yuan. "You this fellow, really not cute at all. However, you'll be dragged down by the secular world after going out. But I can only advance in the midst of slaughter, so I might not be worse than you." Han Yi's gaze was piercing. He was not someone who easily admitted defeat. On this day, 2 array formation lights descended on top of Xianyan Mountain. Watching the 2 people disappear, everyone's faces revealed a trace of relief. Finally gone. With these 2 around, I was even doubting life. These 2 people's talents are too terrifying. Staying together with them can cause us to lose motivation. I have to cultivate hard. I have to regain confidence. Chapter 26:12. Boycott. Chapter 26:12. Boycott. When Jingxian, even if you watch here eagerly every day, it's also impossible for that brat to come out. When sect disciples enter the land of exile, the casualties are extremely high even if they travel in groups, let alone that he's alone. I reckon that brat already died, D knows how long ago. Han Qianyun looked at the Wen Jingxian with a haggard face as he said those words very smugly. In a blink of an eye, it had already been nearly 20 years. There was no news from Yi Yuan. Right now, in Marshall's secure heavenly sect, everyone already thought that Yi Yuan was long dead. But these days, when Jingxian would practically come to Flowing Cloud Peak every day, when Jingxian ignored Han Qianyun and did not even glance at him. If not for that punk, how could our Marshall secure heavenly sect be sanctioned by the Pill Alliance and Fallen to this point now? The sect from top to bottom currently hates that boy to the bones. Yet this law S fail to appreciate favor and still yearn for him to come back. Forget that he's not coming back. Even if he got incredibly lucky and came back, he'll also have to be sanctioned by the Elders' Council. Han Qianyun said with a cold smile, "These 20 years that Yi Yuan entered the land of exile, the martial secure heavenly sex days had not been easy. In the beginning, the alchemist hall's development went very smoothly. The heavenly alchemist's strength also grew with each sing day. But the good times did not last long. In the second year that Yi Yuan entered the land of exile, the Pill Alliance launched an attack. The Pill Alliance launched an extremely harsh blockade against the martial secure heavenly sect. Firstly, the Pill Alliance withdrew all cooperation with the martial secure heavenly sect and made all heavenly alchemists related to the Pill Alliance withdraw. In fact, the Pill Alliance completely cut off the martial secure heavenly sect in terms of the supply of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills. This move was really destroying the ground on which one stood on. For a colossal sect like the martial secure heavenly sect, the number of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills that it consumed every day was a huge quant. All at once, the martial secure heavenly sect ran out of food. Without the supply of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills, the martial secure heavenly sect plunged into a crisis all of a sudden. The martial secure heavenly sect's heavenly alchemists were unable to satisfy the needs of the Civ sect in the first place. For so many years, the martial secure heavenly sect needed to buy large numbers of heavenly medicines and heavenly pills from the Pill Alliance. The supply of the sect's heavenly pills dropping sharply would have a huge impact on the cultivation of the disciples. Now, more than 10 years had said. The martial secure heavenly sect was struggling more and more to make ends meet. As a result, many disciples' hearts have started wavering. Starting from a few years earlier, many people turned the spearhead toward Yi Yuan, feeling that all these were caused by him. Among them, plus Feiyu was the most lively. Hence, everyone related to Yi Yuan was affected. Now, Lin Lan was relegated to a miscellaneous affairs servant and had his fill of contemptuous looks. When Jingxian was even going to be sent to the Pill Alliance to be Qin Shun's furnace within the next few days, she would be setting off soon. There was also Luo Yunqing going along with her. Luo Yunqing was going to represent the martial secure heavenly sect to accept a false accusation. To him, this was simply unprecedented shame. But there was no choice. This matter could not be delayed. Although the one who made the decision was Feng Shuani, as the sect master, what Feng Shuani represented was the martial secure heavenly sect's final face. Hence, he could only sacrifice Luo Yunqing. Now, even Feng Shuani could not hold on anymore too. When Han Qianyun saw Wen Jingxian ignore him, he could not help but feel angry. He snorted coldly and said, "Are you still hoping for that brat to be able to save you? Humph. If he really comes out, Han Qianyun, will be the first one to not let him off. What bulls? Plus T Elder. He's our martial secure heavenly sect sinner. Now, the other 4 great heavenly sects are all watching us as a joke. This was all single-handedly caused by him. When Yi Yuan entered the land of exile back then, it shocked the entire martial secure heavenly sect. What was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan even stepped on his face. This matter became the entire sect's of a joke. Han Qianyun, had always remembered it. When Jingxian gave him a glance and said coolly, "If Master comes out, the first one he'll take care of will definitely be you." Han Qianyun was furious and gave Wen Jingxian a slap and said, "Little wench, do you still think that you're an elder's disciple? You're merely a commonplace where now." 5 fingerprint marks could be seen distinctly on Wen Jingxuan's face. Han Qianyan did not go easy. She glared at Han Qianyan hatefully, her eyes full of fury. This master and apprentices few people did not stint with doing evil these few years. She was still all right, but Lin Lan's outcome was very miserable. If not for Luo Yunqing protecting him, Lin Lan would probably have long been tormented to death already. Seeing Wen Jingxian glaring, Han Qianyan laughed instead and said, "Little less, you're really a beauty. No wonder Qin Shan is so tempted by you. The first condition, he stated, was you. If not for Qin Shan, I'd also want you right now." When Jingxian ignored him, getting to her feet, she silently kowtowed thrice in the direction of the Land of Exile's transmission array. Although Yi Yuan was universally condemned right now, in Wen Jingxuan's heart, Yi Yuan was her savior. Furthermore, the alchemy Dao technique that Yi Yuan imparted her let her alchemy path strength increase greatly. She came today to bid farewell to Yi Yuan. She was powerless to resist the sex decision. Wiping away her tears, when Jingxian turned around and was about to leave, but Han Qianyan was unrelenting and said in a cold voice, "Little less, do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" As he said, he was about to make a move again. "Master," but right at this time, when Jingxuan's entire body trembled, looking in the direction of the transmission array, with a look of disbelief, a figure was currently walking over from there. But very soon, the shock turned into a pleasant surprise. Han Qianyan had his back towards the transmission array and could not help laughing as he said, "Little have you gotten hysteria? Do you think that by bringing out that rubbish master of yours, I won't dare to touch you? Just you try touching her." Right at this time, a voice came over from behind. Han Qianyan's expression changed wildly, and he turned around to look. Yi Yuan was currently looking at him, not far away, with a gloomy expression on his face. Yi Yuan already saw the distinct slap print on Wen Jingxuan's face. Han Qianyan had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he cried out in surprise, Why, you actually came out of the Land of Exile. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan ignored him and looked towards Wen Jingxian and said, "Was it him who did it?" Wen Jingxian nodded her head, ignoring the fiery burn on her face. She said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Master, it's good that you came back. It's great that you came back." As she said, her eyes were already holding tears. These few years had seriously been too horrible. Han Qianyan's eyes turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "So what if you came out? Humph. Just nice. I'll take you down and detain you to go and ask sect master for punishment." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a frown, "Looks like I stepped a little light on your face." Han Qianyan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, it was still fine if you didn't mention this. Mentioning this matter, let's settle the old scores and new." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Oh, is that so? Could it be that you're not afraid that I'll trample on your face again? This time, I'll have to trample harder to make you remember it." Han Qianyan said disdainfully, "This time, I'm prepared. Just the likes of you also want to paralyze me?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Seems like you're already poisoned." Han Qianyan's expression changed wildly. Suddenly, he felt a paralysis all over from head to toe. Then he experienced a spasm. Chapter 26:13. Overwhelmed with terror. Chapter 26:13. Overwhelmed with terror. Smack, smack, smack. Yi Yuan lifted his legs and stepped a few times on Han Qianyun's face viciously before giving vent to his anger. Han Qianyun's face was full of shoe prints. This strengthened version of Windward Topple he conveniently kept a little when Windward Topple refined it back then. He did not expect that it was actually put to use now. Smack, smack, smack. What took Yi Yuan aback was that when Jingxian suddenly rushed over and also stomped a few times on Han Qianyun's face. These few years of repression made her finally explode the moment she saw Yi Yuan. Huff, stomping him a few times. It feels much better. When Jingxian said with an unrefined look, but seeing Wen Jingshuan's appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Instinct told him that most likely martial-secure heavenly sect had some changes. Jingxian, what happened to the sect? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. When Jingxian looked at Yi Yuan, finally feeling that she had found a backer, for a moment, grievances that filled her welled up in her heart, and tears burst out uncontrollably. Complaining tearfully, when Jingxian recounted the changes these few years for Yi Yuan to hear, making Yi Yuan somewhat reproach himself too. He did not expect that the Pill Alliance's influence was actually so great to actually be able to directly boycott a great heavenly sect. In reality, even Feng Shuani did not expect it either. The Pill Alliance, this faction, was very low profile. It normally concealed its abilities, but once it erupted, its power was Astoni's. I+ing. Qin Shun's matter was merely a fuse that let the low-profile Pill Alliance reveal a power that was as strong as Mao Tai. Indeed, the Pill Alliance's attack this time shocked the entire Rainclear continent. Only then did the people realize that the Pill Alliance's tentacles had already reached into the corners of the 5 great heavenly regions. Even a colossal sect like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect actually had no choice but to lower their head and admit their fault too. Fury rose in Yi Yuan's heart. With the Pill Alliance attacking, this had no cause for much criticism, but making Luo Yunqing lower his head and making Wen Jingxian become a furnace were too much. Disregarding Wen Jingxian, if she was sent to Qin Shun there would presumably be no good end. Even if it was Luo Yunqing, once his head was lowered, the effect on him would be too great. He, Luo Yunqing, one person and one sword, how unrestrained and uninhibited was he? How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner was he? Yi Yuan was perfectly clear that after going, the effect on Luo Yunqing's cultivation in the future would be too great. In fact, making no more progress was also not impossible. A gentleman's sword would not bow its head. Whoever stopped me, I'll kill with one sword move. Lowering one's head meant the sword breaking. The sword was already broken. So, still cultivate what sword then? If Luo Yunqing was just by himself, he would definitely kill his way up to the Pill Alliance. But for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to lower his head. A hint of coldness exuded from Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, "Come." When Jingxian was taken aback and said, "Go where?" "To save your senior apprentice brother." Li Zhua had been riding on the crest of success recently. Not only did he break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum and become an outer sect disciple, he even found an even stronger backer. Han Qianyun felt that Li Zhua was sensible and took him in as a disciple. To outer sect disciples, being able to acknowledge a protector as one's master was also a remarkably great thing. Additionally, abusing Yi Yuan's disciple, Lin Lan, also became one of the joys of his life. Bang! Li Zhua kicked Lin Lan flying with a kick and said with a sneer, "Old thing, crawl through under my crotch, and I'll spare you today. Otherwise, you'll have to lie on the bed for a few months again." Lin Lan was relegated to a servant and had his cultivation sealed. He could only unleash the strength of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and was not Li Jue's match at all. These few years, Li Jue tormented Lin Lan a lot too. If not for Luo Yunqing specifically giving warnings, Lin Lan would have long died already. Although Luo Yunqing had lost power, his strength was placed there. It was not what the likes of Li Jue, this kind of outer sect disciple, could provoke. Lin Lan spat and said disdainfully, "A lapdog wanting to make this old man crawl under your crotch. Dream on. If you have the capability, kill me." Li Jue was currently a salted fish that gained a new lease on life. He was most upset by others calling him a lapdog. Hearing what Lin Lan said, he was immediately furious and directly broke Lin Lan's legs with a kick. "Kill you? You don't want to live anymore, and want to drag me together to die? Ha ha, what a shame it would be to kill you. Your Lord Jewel will lose out on a lot of fun in the future." Li Jue said with a sneer. Indeed, Lin Lan did not want to live anymore. Each time Li Jue came, he struck extremely heavily. Lin Lan still had to do manual labor with serious injuries in tow. His body had long already been worn down. Rather than living like this, he might as well die. Lin Lan did not believe that Yi Yuan would die in the land of exile. After all, he had seen Yi Yuan create too many miracles. But he felt that he could not wait for Yi Yuan to come back anymore. This kind of situation, each day was worse than death. Tomorrow, when Jingxian was going to be sent to the Pill Alliance, Luo Yunqing also had to go and apologize. He planned on ending his life tomorrow. If he could drag this dog down before dying, it was also pretty good. But sadly, Li Jue did not fall for it. Lin Lan spat out a mouthful of blood and said with gritted teeth, "Li Jue, don't you get C? Oh, C-K-Y? After Master returns from the land of exile, it will be your death date." But when Li Jue heard that, he laughed loudly without ceasing and said, "That dead ghost had probably long already been dismembered in the land of exile, right? You're making that dead ghost come and deal with me? Haha, what a joke." Li Jue seemed to have heard the funniest joke, raising his head and laughing loudly without ceasing. But all of a sudden, he felt the surroundings suddenly quieten down, and he could not help feeling a little curious. When his gaze landed, his entire body could not help shuddering. The dead ghost that he talked about was currently looking at him. This scene seemed to be a supernatural event, making his hair stand on end. Thud! Li Jue plopped down onto the ground, scared out of his wits. Why are you here? Aren't you already dead?" Li Jue was scared silly as he stammered. Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at him was like looking at a dead person. It was not just him. Everyone around him looked at him like looking at a dead person. Back then, before Yi Yuan entered the sect, he killed Lu Zhanyuan in public. He would naturally dare to kill Li Jue. And this scene was also announcing to everyone that Yi Yuan had returned domineeringly. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just looked at Li Jue quietly like that, and paced forward slowly. Li Jue was already overwhelmed with terror, and kept saying, "Why you? Don't come over." Yi Yuan ignored him and continued advancing. Li Jue was horrified and said, I'm Protector Han Qianyun's disciple now. Why you can't kill me?" Yi Yuan ignored and still closed in. Each step that he took forward, Li Jue would S-H-I plus FT a step on the ground using his B-U-T-tox. He could not stand up at all. The people all felt that Yi Yuan was already greater sublime, heavenly stratum, presently. Recalling back then, Lu Zhanyuan was not even Yi Yuan's match in the same cultivation realm, let alone liege with this kind of trash. Therefore, he had no chance of winning. One step, another step. Along with Yi Yuan's closing in, everyone's breathing became hastened. Ugh, arg. Suddenly, Li Jue raised his head to the sky and roared, his eyes, ALLS protruding, fresh blood and unknown fluids flowing out of his mouth. Bang! Li Jue fell to the ground with a loud bang, and actually already breathed his last. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. A greater, sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually scared to death by Yi Yuan. Chapter 26:14. Brother Luo, fight or not? Chapter 26:14. Brother Luo, fight or not? No way, right? How can this Li Jue be so useless to actually be frightened to death? It's not that he's useless, but that Yi Yuan's aura is too strong. That Li Jue had his legs broken by Yi Yuan, and then Yi Yuan killed Lu Zhanyuan in front of him. Now he entered the land of exile and could still return safely. These cast a huge shadow in Li Jue's heart, coupled with the fact that he's someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong to begin with. That's why he'd be scared to death. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, the impact that he caused is seriously too great, killing Lu Zhanyuan, battling with Qin Shun and S.H.I. plus Fei Yu, paralyzing the entire sect, entering the land of exile, which incident wasn't earth-shaking. Becoming his enemy is the most terrifying thing. Yi Yuan scaring Li Jue to death in 3 steps caused a huge shock on Thousand Bird Peak. His domineering return spread throughout the entire martial secure heavenly sect very quickly like a hurricane. Ever since entering the martial secure heavenly sect, each incident that Yi Yuan had done, they were all shocking. Now that he returned domineeringly, just what kind of sensation would he cause? Everyone was also waiting to see. Of course, the first thing that Yi Yuan had to face was the sect's fury, being completely boycotted by the Pill Alliance, resulting in humiliating the sect and forfeiting its sovereign rights. All these made Yi Yuan become the common target for scorn. If he died in the land of exile, then forget it. Yet he came back. This matter. How should he get through it? But everyone was not optimistic about it. This matter was already not what human strength could change. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to resist the entire Pill Alliance. Especially these few years, everyone had already completely witnessed the Pill Alliance's strength. Right at this moment, a powerful aura was heading straight for Thousand Bird Peak. When everyone saw the situation, their expressions changed one after another. Yi Yuan, hand over your life. Han Qianyun's furious to the extreme roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire Thousand Bird Peak. The pressure of a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum was also urged by him to the extreme in an instant. When Han Qianyun woke up, he felt his face hurt badly. He transformed a mirror with a spell to look at the reflection and discovered that his face was trampled full of shoe prints. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not trample plainly, but employed divine essence to leave many shoe prints on his face. These shoe prints could not be removed in a short time. With Yi Yuan stepping on his face time and again, this made Han Qianyun unable to tolerate it. In his rage, he sprinted straight for Thousand Bird Peak. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently treating Lin Lan's injuries. Lin Lan had a lot of old injuries he could not recover in a short time at all. Yi Yuan could only ease them for the time being. Facing the Han Qianyun, who came in a rage, Yi Yuan just turned his head back and gave him an indifferent glance. The expression of the enraged Han Qianyun suddenly changed drastically. Swaz. H. Plus he retreated at an even faster speed than when he came. When this scene landed in everyone's eyes, they were incomparably stupefied. What was going on? Didn't you come to kill people? He gave you a glance, and you had the P.I.S. scared out of you, repelling the enemy with one look. Furthermore, the enemy here was even Han Qianyun, a sect protector. This made Yi Yuan's image become incomparably stalwart in everyone's eyes. cultivation, realm never seemed to be a big deal in front of Yi Yuan. Didn't you want me to hand over my life? My life is right here. Come and take it. Yi Yuan's words also revealed a trace of iciness. Li Shue said it earlier. He acknowledged Han Qianyan as master. Then, Li Shue treating Lin Lan high-handedly probably could not dispense with Han Qianyan's instigation. If he had long known it would be like this, he should have finished him off on Flowing Cloud Peak, just now. But sadly, the enhanced version of Windward Topple was already used completely. He only put on an empty fort strategy just now. Han Qianyan, this idiot, indeed fell for it. Of course, it was also primarily because Han Qianyan was frightened into intimidation by Yi Yuan. So he was the same as Li Shue. He already had a psychological trauma toward Yi Yuan. Don't you be arrogant. Since you came out, the crime of the sect suffering distress should also be repaid. I want to see how you get through this today. Han Qianyan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, then don't need you to worry about it. I feel that you'd better worry about yourself. Jing Xian, send him back. Finished saying, Yi Yuan directly got up and left. Han Qianyan's expression changed, and he said, You want to run? Yi Yuan sneered and said, Run? Why do I have to run? Jing Xian, Lin Lan, and Elder Luo's matter, you master and disciple played a part, right? You'd better wash your neck clean and wait for death. Finished saying, he went straight down the mountain. Han Qianyan wanted to stop him, but he also did not dare. However, Yi Yuan's action attracted many people's gazes. People also followed him one after another and went down the mountain. Outside of everyone's expectations, Yi Yuan arrived at True Feather Peak. This place was Luo Yunqing's residence. As sect elders, they all had independent mountain peaks as residences. However, on this True Feather Peak, there were no luxurious buildings and also no disciples that crowded around. There was only a thatched cottage and a tiny courtyard. In the courtyard, a sword was hanging in it quietly. Luo Yunqing was currently looking at this sword intently, his face full of solemnness and a conflicted expression. After a long time, he extended a finger out and was going to tap the sword body. He gave a long sigh and said, I'm sorry, old pal. Senior Luo, this ye came to seek guidance. Will you grant a battle? Right at this time, a voice came from outside the thatched cottage. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Luo Yunqing's expression changed, immediately revealing a look of wild elation. He suddenly stood up and looked outside of the courtyard. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Brother Yi, you came back. Luo Yunqing said with a pleasant surprise. Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but then a surge of sword intent billowed to the sky, and he said coolly, Brother Luo, fight or not? Luo Yunqing's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a hint of solemn melancholy as he shook his head and said, Brother Yi, from today onward, I'm swordless. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest ripple and spoke up again, Brother Luo, fight or not? His aura became stronger and stronger, surging straight for the sky. This kind of a stonies. Plussing sidelong glance, also made everyone give sidelong glances. Even Luo Yunqing revealed a look of surprise too. How could a guy who just broke through to greater sublime, heavenly stratum have such a fierce sword intent? As if sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the long sword hanging in the courtyard actually emitted a series of light cries. Luo Yunqing had become one with his sword. He could naturally feel his old pal's intention. It wanted to fight. Just earlier, Yi Yuan saw that Luo Yunqing actually wanted to break his sword. With this thought, Luo Yunqing's ambition was ground flat. Not others who ground down his spirit, but he himself, not grinding it down. He could not lower his head. Only by breaking the sword could he step out of the martial secure, heavenly sect. The cutting edge of the sword depended on this saying, if G-O-D-S block, kill G-O-D-S. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Once the spirit was lost, one would no longer advance an inch. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to allow this sort of thing to happen. Therefore, he did not have small talk with Luo Yinqing, but he directly declared battle. The noise and shouting were long already in great commotion outside of the courtyard. Everyone was shocked by Yi Yuan's way of doing things. He actually challenged Luo Yinqing. Doesn't he know that Luo Yinqing is a transformation powerhouse? He's helping Luo Yinqing find himself again. This guy is really nuts. Luo Yinqing isn't Lu Zhanyuan, that sort of farce. Even if he suppresses his realm, he can also instantly kill Lu Zhanyuan. Chapter 26:15. Enlightening the Benighted. Chapter 26:15. Enlightening the Benighted. Facing Yi Yuan's sword intent that surged to the sky, Luo Yinqing fell silent. He knew that Yi Yuan was doing it for his own good. It was just that at this time. Was he still going to fight? Yi Yuan returned. Could he overcome the raging tides? Luo Yinqing thought about it and felt that there was virtually no possibility. Maybe a few thousand years later, Yi Yuan could lead the martial secure heavenly sect to rise up domineeringly. But at present, he could not. Brother Luo, fight or not? Yi Yuan spoke for the third time, his voice akin to thunder, howling above the ninth heaven, and his sword intent climbed to the limit. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. What a strong sword intent! I'm forced by this sword intent until I somewhat can't open my eyes anymore. His sword is G-O-D knows how many times stronger than when he killed Lu Zhanyuan back then. It's also no wonder that he dares to challenge Luo Yinqing. This sword intent made the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples extremely shocked. There was an additional hint of surprise in Luo Yinqing's eyes. The fighting intent in his chest was virtually surging out uncontrollably. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was a lot lower than him, his sword intent seemed to be able to evoke the soul, leaving him nowhere to hide. Clank! A sharp and sorrowful cry emitted from Luo Yinqing's sword body. That was the sorrowful cry of when a bird was about to die. Its cries would be sorrowful too. Onlookers might not feel it. But Luo Yinqing's heart was practically shattering to pieces along with this sorrowful cry. He gave a bitter laugh and said, "Forget it. I'll fulfill your wishes and accompany you to fight another battle. Come on, old pal." Luo Yinqing reached his hand out and beckoned. The long sword emitted a light cry of unwillingness and flew straight into his hands. Yi Yuan held his palm out. The all-in-compa Sing's sacred tree appeared. Luo Yinqing's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Great Tao transformation!" Swaz H. Plus Yi Yuan ignored Luo Yinqing's astonishment and directly urged universe, the two swords, Rus. H.I. plussing toward Luo Yinqing. Luo Yinqing gave a light snort, fighting intent rising, as he raised a sword to meet it. However, Luo Yinqing suppressed his cultivation realm to lower greater, sublime heaven. With his pride, he naturally would not take advantage of Yi Yuan. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he felt that something was wrong. Too strong. Yi Yuan's Universe 2 swords were like a storm, suppressing him until he could not catch his breath. Only then did he know just how much Yi Yuan improved in the land of exile. Luo Yinqing was a one-law transformation. He specialized in sword Dao and had no other distractions. But it was also precisely because of this that the power of Luo Yinqing's sword was even stronger. His transformation was none other than this sword in this hand. This sword accompanied him to grow until this day. Hence, his transformation was directly integrated into the sword. Luo Yunqing was nurturing the sword with his intent. What Yi Yuan's sword pursued was great Tao accommodation, and what Luo Yunqing's sword pursued was the limit of sword Tao. What the two people walked, each was a completely different sword Tao. Luo Yunqing's sword was by no means inferior even if fighting ordinary 3 laws or 4 laws. But he encountered Yi Yuan. Coupled with that, Luo Yunqing had no intention to fight at this time. He was already no longer the Luo Yunqing in the past. This battle made martial secure heavenly sex people dumbfounded with shock. No one expected that martial secure's #1 sword would actually be completely suppressed. The news of Yi Yuan returning to the sect already spread throughout the sect at this time as well. Many Jade Sovereign Heaven elders, even including Feng Shuani, had already quietly arrived at True Feather Peak as well. When they saw Yi Yuan's great Tao transformation, each and every one of them was shocked and speechless. These people were all people with extremely high cultivation realms. How amazing was their eyesight! Yi Yuan's great Tao transformation already reached the limits of the first form. This was still not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan's sword Tao simply had no weakness to exploit. There was virtually no possibility of winning him in the same realm. Each and every one of these elders substitute toot Luo Yunqing to fight with Yi Yuan. But very soon, they all secretly shook their heads, because they discovered that in the same realm, they were not Yi Yuan's match at all. In fact, even if they suppressed their cultivation realms to middle greater sublime heaven, they were completely not a match either. Back then, when Yi Yuan slew Lu Zhanyuan, he definitely did not have such fearsome strength. Concerning this point, many people had seen it with their own eyes. But after Yi Yuan made a trip to the land of exile, he seemed to have been reborn anew. Now, even Luo Yunqing was not a match. Who was Luo Yunqing? He was the sword path's #1 person. This guy was a sword fanatic. His heart yearned only for the sword Tao, and there was never anyone in his eyes. Back then, when Luo Yunqing just entered Jade Sovereign Heaven, he could even overpower S.H.I. plus Feiyu under the Circu, stances of not utilizing great Tao transformation. The might of his strength could be seen. However, in front of Yi Yuan, Luo Yunqing completely could not do it at all. Is this Martial Secure's #1 sword? When did Martial Secure's #1 sword become such a joke? Each of Yi Yuan's words cut deeply. He knew that Luo Yunqing's strength was definitely more than this. The land of exile was indeed an excellent place to train, but being in the midst of this bottomless secular world tempered the sword heart even more. Yi Yuan could feel Luo Yunqing's sincere heart toward the sword. Therefore, Yi Yuan guessed that in the same realm, Luo Yunqing's strength definitely would not be much weaker than Han Yi, but Luo Yunqing's current strength, most likely not even 1/10 of it, was unleashed. Luo Yunqing's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Brother Yi, don't force me. No matter how strong my sword is, I can't be stronger than the Pill Alliance too." Yi Yuan said angrily, "Those who practice the sword would rather break than bend. If you break your own sword, you are lowering your head to others. Are you worthy of your sect, worthy of your own sword? If I were you, I'd kill my way up to the Pill Alliance by myself with a sword. Even if I die, I also wouldn't allow the enemy to humiliate me." Insolence! In the crowd, S.H.I. plus Feiyu said in a great rage. Luo Yunqing admitting his fault is showing consideration for the sect's overall situation. Wouldn't killing his way up to the Pill Alliance cause the Pill Alliance to retaliate even more strongly? A traitor like you, deluding people with fallacies. Just what are your intentions? Yi Yuan had a proud look as he said loudly, "In the past, Us ascenders have no place that we belong to and no territory. We relied on an unyielding heart and forcibly carved out this foundation. The four great heavenly regions united to encircle and suppress ascenders. Shui Bufan led our martial secure heavenly sect to kill the enemy bravely. When had we lowered our heads to the enemy to admit our fault before? Now, the foundation is achieved. Have we lost our guts? If our martial secure heavenly sect lowers our head today, it will never be able to raise its head. Old fogey, you're deluding people with fallacies here, humiliating the sect and forfeiting its sovereign rights. You're the treacherous one. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a great bell, each word enlightening the benighted, making many sect upper echelons feel extremely ashamed. And Luo Yunqing's eyes were also regaining clarity bit by bit. U-S-H-I plus Feiyu was angered until his entire body was trembling, going crazy. But Yi Yuan did not give him the chance, and continued, "Old fogey, you beguiled the sect master to offer up my disciple. Once this precedent is made, I want to ask, what face does sect master still have to go and meet our ancestors? In the future, if the Pill Alliance wants our martial secure heavenly sex cultivation method and secret skill books, should we offer it up on a silver platter too? Or if they want your dog head?" Yi Yuan suddenly turned around, looked at Luo Yunqing, and said, "Today, you, Luo Yunqing, break your sword. In the future, the Pill Alliance can exterminate the sect. Weighing what's more important, you judge it for yourself. If you've set your mind on breaking your sword, it's better to die under this Ye's sword. There will naturally be this Yi to bear the responsibility for the Pill Alliance's matter alone." Done talking, Yi Yuan swung his sword and advanced, heading straight for Luo Yunqing. This sword move, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. Clank! Yi Yuan's figure was repelled back, but Luo Yunqing's eyes had completely regained clarity. "Brother Yi, many thanks. This Luo knows what to do now." Chapter 26:16, Forcing Abdication. Chapter 26:16, Forcing Abdication. "Come, you and I, let's have a good fight." Luo Yunqing brandished the long sword in his hand, his entire person immediately in flurries. H-I plus ing spirits, becoming like a different person from the decadence earlier. When S-H-I plus Feiyu saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. He schemed for a long time to ruin Luo Yunqing's sword heart. He did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan came back, he made him regain it. "Haha, that's more like it." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Brother Yi, you have to be careful. I won't hold back this time." Luo Yunqing said, with a light smile, "Ho-ho, wanna win me? You're still lacking." Yi Yuan laughed loudly, two green leaves turning into a myriad of sword lights, and Russ. H-I plussing toward Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing, one person, and his sword became a unified ent. One, Tai, revealing its sharp edge. Clank, clank, clank. In an instant, the two people exchanged countless sword blows, making people see things in a blur. Yi Yuan's advantage previously was all gone. In everyone's eyes, the two people seemed to have turned into two sharp swords, crisscrossing. What the two people developed was both the limit of sword Dao. At this moment, Luo Yunqing finally returned to his soul, his entire person revealing a sharp edge, clanking extraordinarily. But Yi Yuan was not the least bit inferior. Yi Yuan's sword Dao was mellow, very well balanced, and stable, not leaving the slightest flaw. No matter how sharp Luo Yunqing was, he was also unable to break through. Feng Shuani watched until his eyes sparkled brightly, secretly crying out lucky in his heart. Rare talents such as Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, gaining them were his good fortune. Losing them were his fate. If not for Yi Yuan returning, the martial secure heavenly sect would really suffer a huge loss. Yi Yuan's words earlier also made him feel extremely ashamed. The master of a sect had too many misgivings. Luo Yunqing was also like him, willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. But could sacrificing him be exchanged for the benevolence of the enemy? In this world, there had never been anyone who survived by wagging their tails and begging for pity. Want to survive, you could only continuously break through. People were like so. The sect was like so too. When he chased Qin Shun away, he had antic 1p aided today's result. It was just that he did not expect that the Pill Alliance was so strong. Hence, he was overcautious and indecisive again, sacrificing the sect's most outstanding disciples to exchange for the Pill Alliance's short-term compa. Sham. Was this really worth it? The onlookers did not have as complicated thoughts. Yi Yuan and Luo Yunqing's battle of sword Dao made all of the disciples' hot blood seethe with excitement, especially disciples that used the sword. They were even more intoxicated from watching. Even many protectors gave sidelong glances too. The two of them really developed sword Dao to the limit. Putting Elder Luo aside, why is Yi Yuan, this heavenly alchemist sword Dao, so sharp and fierce too? Really incredible. Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation first form has actually already been perfected. What in the world did he experience in the land of exile? The two people's battle attracted bursts of exclamations. Luo Yunqing's might, that was within reason, but no one expected that Yi Yuan was so strong too. Boom. Suddenly, there was an intense collision. Luo Yunqing flew out backward. This bit of fluctuation was naturally nothing to him, this jade sovereign heaven. But everyone could tell that he was defeated. This time, he really lost. One astonished gaze after another locked onto Yi Yuan. He defeated the same rank Luo Yunqing. Didn't that mean that the sect's number one genius currently was Yi Yuan? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. But Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, awesome. I, Luo Yunqing, am wholeheartedly convinced at my loss. Didn't expect that after Brother Yi entered the land of exile, not only did he comprehend great Dao transformation, you even comprehended it to the extreme. Remarkable. Incredible." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Brother Luo is too humble. I faced one law with 3 laws. It was an unscrupulous win." Luo Yunqing waved his sleeves grandly and said, "Victory is victory. Defeat is defeat. I, Luo Yunqing, am not someone who can't take a loss. But this fight let me understand that my sword Dao still has room for improvement. Of course, more importantly is that I, Luo Yunqing, have found myself again." Finished saying, Luo Yunqing said to Feng Shuani with clasped hands, "Sect Master, I'm sorry. This fault, I, Luo Yunqing, can't admit it. From now on, I, Luo Yunqing, will withdraw from the martial secure heavenly sect. My grudge with the Pill Alliance has nothing to do with the Pill Alliance. Farewell." Luo Yunqing's figure moved slightly, and he was about to leave. Feng Shuani's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Impudent. Is the martial secure heavenly sect somewhere that you can come and go as you please? Get back for me." Only to see him reach his hand out and point at the void. A piercing cold air billow instantly exploded. Luo Yunqing was actually forced back. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly. Indeed, well-deserving of being the master of a sect, this kind of strength was simply shocking. "Sect Master," Luo Yunqing said anxiously. "Shut up." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, and he shouted coldly. Indeed, Luo Yunqing did not dare to speak anymore. plus Feiyu saw through Feng Shuani's intention to protect him and suddenly said, "Sect Master, this farce is already over. Since Yi Yuan has already returned, then he should be held solely responsible for the Pill Alliance's matter. This matter was caused entirely because of him. If we don't hand him over to the Pill Alliance, it will likely be hard to appease the Pill Alliance's wrath." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "If we hand Yi Yuan over to the Pill Alliance, will they be willing to drop the matter? Could it be that what's lost isn't our martial secure, heavenly sect's face?" S.H.I. plus Feiyu said, "Sect Master, while the sect's face is important, long-term development is more important. We're currently already completely boycotted by the Pill Alliance. Over the past 2 decades, our disciples' cultivation speed has been getting slower and slower. If we're unable to appease the Pill Alliance's fury, this disparity will grow greater and greater. At that time, the 5 great heavenly sects will probably become the 4 great heavenly sects." Feng Shuani was just about to speak, but an old man suddenly spoke up. "Feiyu's words are reasonable. Although Yi Yuan's talent is decent, his talent can't save the sect. If we allow the Pill Alliance to continue boycotting, 100 years later, our martial secure, heavenly sect will probably withdraw from the stage of history." The moment these words came out, even Feng Shuani's expression changed too. But when S.H.I. plus Feiyu heard that, he was overjoyed. The one who spoke was martial secure, heavenly sect's head elder, Shun Chong. Head elder's prestige in the sect was extremely high. It did not even lose to the sect master Feng Shuani. The moment he spoke up, the weight became heavy. "Sect Master, being protective of your own at this time, is playing a joke with the sect's fate. Sect Master, please think thrice before acting. Yi Yuan is lawless and unbridled. Angering Qin Shun away, he has to give an account for this matter. Sect Master, please put the interests of the whole above all else." Sure enough, the moment head elder opened his mouth, many elders spoke up to concur one after another. The height of his prestige could be seen. But Feng Shuani's expression became ugly to the extreme. This matter concerned the sect's destiny. Even head elder was not optimistic about Yi Yuan either. This put tremendous pressure on him. "Enough! All shut up for me!" Feng Shuani shouted coldly, quelling everyone. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, "Qin Shun was chased away by me, Feng Shuani. This matter, if responsibility needs to be taken, I'll take full responsibility. If the elders have any dissatisfaction, I, Feng Shuani, am willing to give up the position of sect master. But regarding Yi Yuan and Luo Yinqing, I'm S.H.I. plus elding them." Chapter 26:17. Swearing. Chapter 26:17. Swearing on True Feather Peak, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. No one expected that sect master did not stint to abdicate, and actually wanted to protect these 2 people too. Even Yi Yuan was shocked for a while too. A sect master was a sect's C-stabilizing needle. Unless a huge change happened to the sect, otherwise there would be extremely few changes. Especially the master of a sect, who was like the noonday sun, such as Feng Shuani. But now he actually took the initiative to abdicate for him and Luo Yinqing. A warmth flowed through Yi Yuan's heart. Just for this high regard, Yi Yuan also had to help the martial secure, heavenly sect tide over the difficult hurdle this time. Head Elder Shin Chang's gaze turned slightly intent, showing a visible change in countenance all over his face. He did not expect that Feng Shuani was actually so determined. "Sect Master, you're speaking too seriously." Shin Chang let out a sigh and said, but Feng Shuani said calmly, "Head Elder, it isn't too serious. This matter concerns the sect's destiny. I'm also not Impa. Sionade with excitement. I admit that when Qin Shun was expelled from the sect back then, this sect master severely underestimated the Pill Alliance's strength. But since shedding all pretenses of cordiality is already unavoidable, we have no need to offer ourselves up to be humiliated anymore. If we lower our heads this time, disregarding how the other sects would view us, could it be that the Pill Alliance will let us off? No one will pity the weak. Want to resist the Pill Alliance? We can only continuously strive to become stronger. S.H.I. Plus Feiyu smiled coldly and said, Sect Master, you said it just nicely, but without the assistance of heavenly pills, how do we continuously strive to become stronger? Disregarding ordinary disciples, even you and I, these Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, also have to purchase heavenly pills from the Pill Alliance there, right? Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, immediately feeling put on the spot. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect did not have grade for heavenly alchemists. They all, these elders' heavenly pills, had to be purchased from the Pill Alliance. It was also precisely because of this that the Pill Alliance's boycott was a powerful deterrent. Feng Shuani being forced to nod his head previously. Actually, the biggest reason was also precisely because of this. Without grade 4 heavenly pills, it was not that these Jade Sovereign Heavens cultivation would come to a standstill, but it would definitely become much slower. If things went on like this, the sect's strength would definitely have the distance pulled apart quickly. Heavenly pills were not a must, but without heavenly pills, it was hard to take a single step. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he only successfully broke through after consuming several dozen heavenly imperial pills too. Shen Chang also nodded and said, Sect Master, this crime of forcing you to abdicate, this old man can't bear the charge. But you've got to come up with a solution for the sect's current predicament, right? Saying to continuously strive to become stronger with all talk, but no promises, that is useless. These words were somewhat penetrating criticism. It was also equivalent to checkmating. Feng Shuani's expression became even uglier. But now, he already mounted a tiger's back and found it hard to get off. At this time, Yi Yuan walked out slowly and said coolly, Is head elder asking for a solution with all talk, but no promises here is useful? Xin Chang's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Impudent! Brat, is it your turn to speak here? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I wonder if my position as an elder has already been revoked. If it hasn't been revoked yet, my status in the sect should be equal to head elder. It shouldn't be considered impudent, right? Shun Chang's face turned face, and he was choked on the spot until he could not speak. These few years, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was dead. So when, body went to care about this elder, a lesser sublime, heavenly stratum elder. If he was dead, he was dead. Even if he caused a stir for some time, it was also just akin to a comet. But now, it made Shun Chang unable to speak. Looks like I, this elder, still have the right to speak. Then, I'll say a few words. Yi Yuan cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the elders, and said with a sneer, With all due respect, everyone present here is a Traz. H. Plus, one sentence caused everyone's faces to suddenly change. Even Feng Shuani's expression changed slightly too. This guy was really H.E.L. bent on shocking people to death with his words. Yi Yuan, you, a mere greater sublime, heavenly stratum, actually dare to engage in wild talks here and insult all the elders, S.H.I. Plus Feiyu said in a great rage. Brat, you caused such a terrible disaster, and yet you actually still have the face to insult the sect's elders now. Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to kill you? Head elder also flew into a great rage, but Yi Yuan smiled brightly and said disdainfully, TSK Tisk, Turns out that head elder still knows that it's a terrible disaster, huh? Since it's a terrible calamity, what have you all done these few years? Amen. Sent the sect's most talented disciple in alchemy onto the enemy's bed, made the elder with the strongest combat power in the sect heartbroken, and break his sword. Ha! Are you all our martial secure heavenly sect's elders, or that Pill Alliance's elders? An enemy is invading. You guys don't think to unite against outsiders, but you exhausted your abilities and means against your own people. Head elder, let me ask you, do you know how many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses the Pill Alliance has? Do you know how many Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists the Pill Alliance has? Do you know which are the Pill Alliance's forces? Ho-hoo, looking at your expression, you don't know? You all can't even figure out your opponent's exact details, but you only know to exhaust your abilities to deal with your own people. Scolding you all trash is thinking highly of you all. Yi Yuan was stern in voice and countenance, stating the painful aspect in grief, his fingers almost pointing at head elder's nose, and making the group of elders lower their heads dejectedly. Yes, they did not know how strong the Pill Alliance was at all. The Pill Alliance's boycott came very suddenly. Then the martial secure heavenly sect discovered that they could not purchase heavenly medicines and heavenly pills anymore. Their original channels for purchasing heavenly medicines and heavenly pills had all disappeared. Feng Shuani had also thought of various methods for this, but it was to no avail. As a result, the Pill Alliance's mysteriousness and power became deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But being pointed out by Yi Yuan at this time, many people's faces turned red with embarrass. Meant. Indeed, they had done nothing in these past 20 years. Yi Yuan looked at the S.H.I. plus Feiyu, who was glaring at him, and said with a sneer, "What are you looking at? Not convinced. I'm scolding you." S.H.I. plus Feiyu answered back sarcastically, "Oh, you're impressive. Having caused such a terrible disaster, you still dare to scold people here. You're impressive. If you have the capability, resolve the sect's crisis." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wasn't counting on you in the first place either, other than ranting a few words and racking your brain to deal with your own people. You have no other capability either." Done talking, he turned to Feng Shuani and said with cupped fists, "Sect Master, since this matter was caused by Yi Yuan, then the deadlock will be broken by Yi Yuan. Leave this matter to me." Feng Shuani smiled bitterly and said, "This sect master knows that you're amazingly talented, but your cultivation realm is too low. What can you do to a behemoth like the Pill Alliance? Forget it. This matter still needs to be discussed at length." Yi Yuan scolding them was to give vent to his anger, but Feng Shuani felt that his blood was currently boiling with zeal. There was no need to come forward forcefully at this sort of time, and it was also impossible. How could a mere Yi Yuan be the Pill Alliance's match? But Yi Yuan said, "Sect Master, this he isn't showing off momentary bravery. I'll give the sect an explanation for this matter. But this he also needs the sect's support. Give me 20 years, and I'll break the situation of the Pill Alliance's monopoly. In 20 years, not only will I break this deadlock, I'll even return the sect a Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. At that time, the sect won't need to live at the whims of others too." Yi Yuan's words made Feng Shuani's expression change slightly, but head elder smiled coldly and said, "Bragging too hard. If you can't do it, what will you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I can't do it, this ye will commit suicide by cutting my throat to thank the sect." Chapter 26:18. I really don't know. Chapter 26:18. I really don't know. Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was the central planes of the 5 Light Heavenly region, and also the spiritual leader of the 5 great heavenly sections. None other than because the myriad manifestation heavenly sect produced Zhuo Bufan, who was eminent above all others. It was not long ago that the myriad manifestation heavenly sect was infinitely glorious, suppressing the rain-clear continent. Although they had already declined now, they were still much stronger than the other four sections. The Fire Peace Great Nation was one of the 9 major great nations under the myriad manifestation heavenly sect's jurisdiction. Its status was extremely high. Brother Yi, the Pill Alliance has talented people lying in concealment. Is it really okay for you to do this? I heard that in the Pill Alliance, there is no lack of some powerhouses who are capable of refining heavenly imperial pills. Even if none of them is your match in the same realm, but if they send grade 3 or even grade 4 heavenly alchemists over, what will you do? I'm afraid that they won't come. Brother Luo, don't worry. You just have to care about being a hired thug. Will do. Do it then. All right. Whose? H. Plus a ray of sword light flashed past. The Pill Verdant establishment's signboard was directly divided into 2, falling to the ground with a clang. This action immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. These 2 people were precisely the Yi Yuan and Luo Yinqing, who came from afar. This Pill Verdant establishment in front of them was a branch that the Pill Alliance set up in the Fire Peace Great Nation, which specialized in selling heavenly pills. With the support of the Pill Alliance, this Pill Verdant establishment's business was naturally doing incomparably well. The Pill Alliance's power and influence were like a golden signboard, especially within the 5 great heavenly sects' sphere of influence, making all cultivators flock to it like ducks. The Pill Alliance's products were definitely top-quality goods, but the Pill Alliance's heavenly pills were also extremely expensive. The Pill Alliance's heavenly pill business within the boundaries of the Martial Secure heavenly sect had practically all fallen into a stagnant state, but they were still operating in the other 4 sections. Feng Shuani had once attempted to come to the 4 great heavenly sects to purchase heavenly pills and heavenly medicines, but distant water could not quench present thirst. It was also impossible for the Martial Secure heavenly sect to run to the 4 great heavenly sects to rob heavenly pills. 8 years had already passed since Yi Yuan's oath. In these 8 years, Yi Yuan had been in close seclusion all along, only leaving seclusion today. Bringing Luo Yinqing, he came to Fire Peace Great Nation. During these 8 years, Martial Secure heavenly sect virtually used the entire sect's strength to support Yi Yuan to practice heavenly pills. The Martial Secure heavenly sect was one of the 5 great heavenly sects at any rate. Even if the Pill Alliance boycotted them, it was also impossible that there was no inventory at all. Moreover, what Yi Yuan needed to cultivate were just grade 2 heavenly medicines. This Pill Verdant establishment was an important stronghold of the Pill Alliance in the myriad manifestation heavenly sect. Furthermore, when Feng Shuani sent people to request for pills back then, the attitude of this Pill Verdant establishment's establishment lord, Feng Jing, was also the worst. Therefore, Yi Yuan's first stop was to come here. Who is this kid to actually dare smash the Pill Verdant establishment signboard? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Didn't you make it out? This boy definitely came to smash the place. This boy is crazy, right? Master Feng is from the Pill Alliance. His alchemy path strength is exceedingly formidable. Yet this boy actually dares to come and smash the place? He'll probably be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Look at the attire he's wearing. He should be the Martial Secure heavenly sect's disciple, right? The Martial Secure heavenly sect was boycotted by the Pill Alliance. Did he come to win back face? Yi Yuan 2 people's actions immediately caused a commotion. They did not hide their tracks and wore the Martial Secure heavenly sex attire. Yi Yuan wanted everyone to know that the martial secure heavenly sect had declared war on the Pill Alliance. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus 7 to 8 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses dashed out of the Pill Verdant establishment and surrounded Yi Yuan two people. One of them said sternly, to dare tear down the Pill Verdant establishment's signboard, courting death. Luo Yunqing was unmoved, the jade sovereign heaven aura on his body suddenly blooming. Get lost. The expressions of these limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses changed drastically, but they still refused to give in. That limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum in front said in a solemn voice, your martial secure heavenly sect dare to cause trouble on the Pill Alliance's territory? Could it be you think that by destroying the Pill Verdant establishment, it can relieve the martial secure heavenly sect's crisis? A fool's talk. Although he was surprised at Luo Yunqing's strength, he did not care. Experts were plentiful like clouds in the Pill Alliance. Jade sovereign heavens were nothing. Luo Yunqing said indifferently, today, our martial secure heavenly sect is declaring war on the Pill Alliance. Have Fengjing come out? That person's expression changed slightly, and he said with a frown, you're the jade-faced swordsman Luo Yunqing, right? Didn't hear that you become a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Luo Yunqing's fame spread far and wide, and he carried a sword on his back. It was clear at a glance. It was just that the words of the person at the foremost implied, sarcastically, Luo Yunqing was indifferent. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said coolly, not me, it's him. The person in the foremost was stunned, then immediately snickered and said, him? A greater sublime, heavenly stratum came to challenge Master Feng? Your martial secure, heavenly sect probably has no one who can be used, right? Not just him. A wave of ridiculing voices immediately came over from the surrounding onlookers. Martial secure, heavenly sect actually sent a grade 2 heavenly alchemist to challenge the place. Is this trying to make people laugh their heads off? Ha, this guy probably doesn't know Master Feng's terror, right? Being able to hold down the fort in the 9 great nations. Master Feng's strength is among the top in the Pill Alliance too. TSK. Looks like the martial secure heavenly sect is taking desperate measures after being cornered this time. And right at this time, a middle-aged man in white robes walked out slowly. Seeing him, those onlookers greeted one after another, paying respects to Master Feng. This person was Fengjing. Clearly, his prestige in Firepiece Great Nation was extremely high. Fengjing just waved his hand nonchalantly, and it was considered to have returned the greeting. Very clearly, he was already used to this sort of acclamation. Fengjing's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said coolly, does your martial secure heavenly sect have an body you can use? To send someone like you to intentionally come and humiliate me? Yi Yuan said indifferently, that's right. It's to come to humiliate you. Of course, you're just the appetizer. Later, the 9 great nations' establishment lords will all be humiliated. Fengjing chuckled and said, what high-sounding sentiments. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, whether or not it's high-sounding sentiments, you'll know in a while. Fengjing smiled coldly and said, just the likes of you, this grade 2 heavenly alchemist. You're also worthy of competing in alchemy against me? At this time, the sword intent on Luo Yunqing's body rose with a loud bang, and he said coolly, if you don't fight, die. Fengjing's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, you dare to kill me? Luo Yunqing gave him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, you can try. A threat. This was a blatant threat. The surrounding onlookers all sucked in a cold breath. They had never seen before such an alchemy battle. Luo Yunqing's sword intent was akin to the piercing cold gale wandering around Feng Jing. Feng Jing was helpless and could only grit his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll fight. Since you guys are wholeheartedly seeking humiliation, I'll sweep away your martial secure, heavenly sex face today." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop posturing. Choose the heavenly pill. You pick the heavenly pill, but I advise that you'd best pick a harder one. If it's basic grade, 2 heavenly pills, you'll die very horribly." Feng Jing could not help choking, feeling an intense humiliation. This punk really slapped the face when hitting people. Except your strength had best be worthy of this arrogance. Feng Jing sneered and said, "Fine, then I'll choose the green feather point star, heavenly pill. Don't tell me that you don't know how to refine." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your pill alliance really has quite a number of pill formulas. I really don't know this heavenly pill. So hand over the pill formula for me to take a look." Chapter 2619, Resign to Your Fate. Chapter 2619, Resign to Your Fate. What? Never refined before. And he also dares to come out and posture? Isn't he scared of being struck by lightning? Is the martial secure, heavenly sect going to become the laughingstock of the whole world? This boy is also too ridiculous. Ha! Looks like this kid came to amuse everyone. It's not bad either. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted a burst of ridicule. In reality, Yi Yuan had indeed never refined the green feather point star heavenly pill before. In these 8 years, he had been cultivating grade 2 basic heavenly pills as usual. However, Yi Yuan already laid down a solid foundation in terms of grade 1 heavenly pills. When he cultivated grade 2 basic heavenly pills, it clearly went much faster than during grade 1 heavenly pills. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan refined a grand completion level grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, it indeed similarly had a miraculous effect, making his affinity increase to 10 points all of a sudden, from 4 points to 10 points. This was a huge leap. To Yi Yuan, the strength increment brought by this increase in 6 points was unimaginable. The higher the heavenly pill's grade, the higher the requirement of affinity naturally. If he remained 4 points always, then the road in the future would naturally be difficult for Yi Yuan. Perhaps he could become strong, but it would definitely be impossible to rampage in all directions. Fortunately, the results were pretty good. Feng Jing was also slightly stunned. Then he immediately sneered and said, "Is that so? Then wonder what pill formula will you use to bet with me? Don't use those pill formulas of your martial secure, heavenly sect. Those were all brought over by our pill alliance. If you can't take one out, please go back." Feng Jing's attitude was as domineering as before. Members of the pill alliance all had this sort of superior mentality. Even if the widely renowned Luo Yunqing was present, he did not care either. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dustfall heavenly pill, I believe that your pill alliance should be interested, right?" Sure enough, Feng Jing's pupils constricted when he heard that and cried out in surprise, "Dustfall heavenly pill! You actually have the Dustfall heavenly pill." It was not up to Feng Jing to not be surprised. This Dustfall heavenly pill was an ancient pill formula being stored in Zhong Jianchou's jade slip. This pill formula was a type of grade 2 heavenly imperial pill. Hence, that was why Feng Jing would be so surprised. After Yi Yuan broke through, he did not have time to unlock the contents behind the jade slips yet. But this Dustfall heavenly pill was in the previously unlocked content. It was a very valuable kind of pill formula. Yi Yuan took a piece of jade slip out and directly threw it to Feng Jing. After Feng Jing looked, His expression could not help changing greatly. Very clearly, he had verified the authenticity of this pill formula. Of course, there were only the heavenly medicines that the dust-fall heavenly pill required in the jade slip. As for the specifics of how to refine it, it was all hidden by Yi Yuan. On Rain-Clear Continent, alchemy battles between heavenly alchemists would be held under a fair premise. If the one party did not have the pill formula taken out by the other party, then they also needed to provide a pill formula as an exchange. Of course, the prerequisite was that they won. If Feng Jing lost, this green feather point star, heavenly pill, would be equivalent to being given to Yi Yuan on a silver platter. And Yi Yuan did not need to take the dust-fall heavenly pill out either. The alchemy battle with Qin Shun previously, that was originally the sect's internal alchemy battle. There were naturally not so many rules. But now, Yi Yuan publicly challenged Feng Jing. Then he would have to follow the rules. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How would I dare to come and challenge without some goods?" But a hint of greed flashed across in Feng Jing's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "If heaven bestows it, and you don't take it, you'll definitely be condemned by the heavens. Since you're in a hurry to give such a precious pill formula, then does this Feng have a reason to not want it? This green feather point star, heavenly pill's pill formula. Take it." As he said, Feng Jing likewise threw out a piece of jade slip. After Yi Yuan got it, he began to digest it on the spot. While on the Pill Verdant establishment's side, they also started preparing matters related to the alchemy battle during this period. Seeing this scene, Luo Yunqing was speechless for a while too. This guy had always been learning on the spot when competing in alchemy. The key was that his ability to learn on the spot was extremely strong, clearly never refined before. But the quality of the heavenly pill produced was surprisingly high. It was just that, did not know whether he could still rampage in all directions like before when refining grade 2 heavenly pills after he broke through. After all, grade 2 heavenly pills were undoubtedly far more complicated and difficult to understand when compared to grade 1 heavenly pills. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan finished deducing. Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Boy, making a frantic last-minute effort, and you want to win my pill alliance? You're too naive. This green feather point star heavenly pill. Even if this Feng performs below usual standards, I can reach 6th grade too. If I perform exceptionally well, haha, upper 8th grade is nothing difficult. Boy, resign to your fate." Feng Jing's words immediately attracted a burst of exclamation. Even if it was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist being able to refine a grade 2 heavenly pill to the realm of upper 8th grade, it was absolutely extremely rare. Especially that the difficulty of this green feather point star heavenly pill was not an ordinary kind of hard. Even Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. The other party dared to say this. He was probably not bragging. Furthermore, he let the other party choose the heavenly pill. The other party definitely picked what he was best at. Very clearly, this Feng Jing was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than that dabbler Qin Shun. Being able to hold down the fort in a region, Feng Jing's strength was indeed not what Qin Shun, that sort of guy who did things carelessly, could compare to. Even Luo Yunqing, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes too. Clearly he was shocked. Upper 8th grade. It was not easy to reach. He felt that if Feng Jing could refine 6th grade or 7th grade, Yi Yuan still had the strength to fight. But if it reached 8th grade, probably even Yi Yuan would feel anxious too. However, Yi Yuan did not care and said coolly, "Begin then." Talk so much, C.R.A.P. Feng Jing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you'll be crying in a while." The two people each arrived in front of a medicine cauldron. Feng Jing, A.S., summed his responsibility and directly started extracting the heavenly medicines. That natural and smooth process made people dazzled, for a while. Even Yi Yuan also could not help having higher regard for the other party. This Feng Jing really had the skills. This pill alliance was not simple, just based on Feng Jing's strength. Yi Yuan estimated that this pill alliance's pill refining standard might be more than 100 times stronger than the outside world. However, he did not care either. This alchemy battle was just the start of his colossal plan. If he lost here, then he might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Yi Yuan restrained his mind and started refining the heavenly pill. However, the moment he took action, it immediately attracted a series of snickering. This boy is indeed a joker. This affinity probably doesn't exceed 10 points, right? Ha! Look at Master Feng there again. His affinity is at least 50 plus. Just this affinity. There's no comparison between the two, right? I understand. This boy probably thinks that heavenly alchemists fighting in alchemy are still the same as in the lower realms. Ha ha! This was something within reason. Yi Yuan's greatest shortcoming was affinity. Sure enough, he became the object of ridicule now too. Affinity determined the limit that a heavenly alchemist could reach. Therefore, using affinity to judge a heavenly alchemist's strength was acceptable. But clearly, this did not apply to Yi Yuan. But very soon, those people could not laugh anymore. The heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan extracted were crystal clear, without any flaws. It was actually not the least bit inferior to Feng Jing's. Chapter 2620, Pill Pavilion. Chapter 2620, Pill Pavilion. The pill, refinement, was in progress. After experiencing the initial choppiness, Yi Yuan's condition got better and better. In terms of essence, there was not much difference between grade 2 heavenly pills and grade 1 heavenly pills. It was merely going from simple to complex. Of course, there were not many who could understand this point. Not that they did not want to, but that they could not. But without a doubt, Feng Jing's foundation skills were extremely solid. Even if he did not comprehend the essence of pill refinement based on the strength of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, it was still very easy to refine a grade 2 heavenly pill. But Yi Yuan's strength was not the least bit inferior to him. It was very hard for people to imagine. A guy whose affinity was only 10 points. How could he bring to people such a dazzling refinement? The refinement ended. Feng Jing thought that he could draw a round of applause. However, he did not. Feeling everyone's somewhat strange gazes, he could not help looking toward Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He discovered that Yi Yuan was currently calm and relaxed. Could it be that this boy's refinement was very impressive? Shouldn't be. Feng Jing thought in his heart. Open the furnace. Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Jing could not help laughing as he said, really in a hurry to go and reincarnate. Forget it. I'll make you give up. The refinement this time, his condition was unprecedentedly good. He even wondered whether he could break through the shackles or not, and reach that legendary realm of 9th grade golden pill. Therefore, he did not feel that the Yi Yuan who was refining for the first time could match up to him. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a dark red medicinal pill flew into the container. People craned their necks one after another, wanting to see the quality of the heavenly pill. You all look, there's actually a hint of golden color on this green feather point star heavenly pill. Almost, and it would have advanced to the legendary realm of 9th grade. Master Feng is Master Feng. Under the heavy pressure, he broke through the shackles instead. The surrounding crowd immediately started boiling over. A hint of a smile appeared on Feng Jing's face. This was the effect that he wanted, not that he hungered for fame and reputation, but that he felt that people should flatter him in the first place. But what he wanted was this kind of heartfelt admiration. This was his glory and also the Pill Alliance's glory. Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Did you see it, this hint of golden color? There's already no need to test the grade of the heavenly pill, right? A touch of gold in the dark red. It indicated that the heavenly pill already reached the peak of 8th grade and was also not far away from 9th grade anymore. Of course, this narrow step was not easy to take. 9th grade, that was a legendary realm. It was not something that could be entered as you wished. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need quasi-9th grade." Feng Jing could not help laughing as he said, "Looks like you're not worried at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What do I have to worry about? It's merely quasi-9th grade." Feng Jing seemed to have heard the funniest joke and said, "Merely quasi-9th grade? Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. You probably completely don't know what 9th grade means, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "To me, those lower than 9th grade are all tras. H. Plus, if it doesn't enter 9th grade when refining pills, still refine pills for what? Did your Pill Alliance groom only trash like you? Clearly didn't reach 9th grade, but you're proud of it. Ho-hoo." Hiss. These words were domineering. One sentence degraded the Pill Alliance to nothing. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Although your refinement was very impressive too, these words were too much, right? Posturing had to have a limit too. Sure enough, Feng Jing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha, boy, I'm somewhat doubtful now whether you know how to refine pills or not. 9th grade, that's a legendary grade. When it comes out of your mouth, it becomes the lowest threshold. All right, stop talking big. I really want to see your 9th grade golden pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As you wish." It was only to see him flip his palm over. A green feather point star heavenly pill flew out. A dazzling golden light shone until everyone could not open their eyes. 9th grade golden pill. The crowd instantly exploded. This guy really refined a 9th grade golden pill. Feng Jing was still harboring the mentality of watching a good show a second ago. But in the next instant, his entire person was stupefied there. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Jing and said coolly, "My green feather point star heavenly pill doesn't need to be tested anymore either, right? You're indeed much stronger than Qin Shun, that fellow. I was still counting on you to give me a bit of surprise. But I didn't expect that you haven't even entered 9th grade yet, and you were already patting yourself on the back. That's also all there is to you, then." Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face and muttered, How is this possible? Isn't it your first time refining? Why you're actually able to refine a 9th grade green feather point star heavenly pill. You tricked me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tricked you? Do you feel that I have a need to trick you? This is my first time refining. Of course. It's also the most rubbish refinement. If you're not convinced, let's compete again. I dare guarantee that you'll be beaten down very hard." Feng Jing gritted his teeth and said, "Compete then? I don't believe that you can really hit the jackpot and be so lucky every time." He was unresigned. As a Pill Alliance's powerhouse, how could he possibly lose to the Marshall Secure heavenly sex trash? He could not lose and could not afford to lose as well. He came to challenge the dojo. If he were to lose, where would the Pill Alliance's face go? Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "Then don't waste time anymore. Begin then." He was deliberately triggering Feng Jing, making him do it again. Slapping face had to be slapped thoroughly. One time could still say that it was by chance, but the second time, you would have nothing to say, right? The second refinement. Yi Yuan was even more accomplished with high proficiency. The choppiness from before had long already disappeared. On the other hand, Feng Jing's mentality had already been affected after his first miserable defeat. The second refinement ended. The quality of Feng Jing's heavenly pill was only lower 8th grade. However, the moment Yi Yuan's heavenly pill came out of the furnace, the light radiated even stronger. After testing it, Yi Yuan's heavenly pill reached upper 9th grade. One was improving, the other was regressing. Whoever was stronger and weaker was clear at a glance. With this, the powerhouses of Fire Peace Great Nation were completely shocked. An unknown greater sublime, heavenly stratum actually completely defeated the Pill Alliance powerhouse Feng Jing, who had already become famous for a long time. This conclusion was what everyone could not have imagined previously. Yi Yuan looked at the downcast Feng Jing and said coolly, "You don't need to feel pessimistic either. Because very soon, the 9 great nations' Pill Alliance strongholds will be trampled underfoot by me. Doesn't your Pill Alliance like to trample on people? Then I'll also make you all savor the taste of being trampled." Luo Yanqing felt refreshed. During these 20 years, they had had enough of the cowardly spirit. Today, they finally regained face. Yi Yuan raised his head and swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Our martial secure heavenly sect has already established the Pill Pavilion. Friends who have aspirations in alchemy Dao can all join the Pill Pavilion. We recruit disciples regardless of faction or talent. Furthermore, we won't force you to join the martial secure heavenly sect. If you feel that you have gotten somewhere with what you learned, you can return to your original faction anytime. From now on, our Pill Pavilion's aim will be to break the Pill Alliance's monopoly and let everyone be able to learn alchemy." Yi Yuan's words echoed loudly, evoking a huge response in the crowd. The Pill Alliance's monopoly on alchemy Dao not only held back the 5 light heavenly regions' 5 great heavenly sects, but it also greatly impeded the other 4 great heavenly regions' various major sections. But Yi Yuan's action was tantamount to reducing the Pill Alliance's advantage until nothing was left. It was just that would the Pill Alliance take things lying down. Chapter 26-21. Holy Sun Arrives. Chapter 26-21. Holy Sun arrives on a long path of the street. An old man and a youth were walking slowly. One could tell that the blue-robed youth walking in front was very haughty. Suddenly, a talisman appeared out of thin air. The old man reached his hand out to seize, grabbing the talisman in his hand. Browsing entirely the contents of the talisman, the old man's brows knitted together tightly. The young man said indifferently, "Why? Lost again." The old man nodded slightly and said, "This is already the 17th match. Even Shangyu, Heavenly Sect's Qian Yao Great Nations, Mu Lianqing was defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. He's an existence who fought with you for the position of Holy Sun back then." The young man said disdainfully, "Humph, what does Mu Lianqing count as? What you're talking about is just something back then. Now, he isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes." The old man said, "True. Lord Holy Sun is a candidate for the next alliance chief. How can you be what Mu Lianqing can compare to? It's just that this Yi Yuan can't be underestimated." Mentioning Yi Yuan, the young man was similarly disdainful as he said, "If he didn't have some skill, the alliance chief wouldn't have sent this Holy Sun over to. However, no matter how monstrous he is, he's still not worth mentioning in front of my Pill Alliance. Let him be smug for a few days first. After this Holy Sun grinds down his spirit, those despicable ascenders will know who is the Rain-Clear continent's true ruler." 3 months had already passed, said since Yi Yuan caused a disturbance at Pill Verdant establishment. In these 3 months, Yi Yuan challenged 17 of the Pill Alliance's strongholds in a row and consecutively defeated 17 of the Pill Alliance's alchemy path experts. The 5 great heavenly sects were in a huge stir. especially Qian Yao great nation's Mu Lianqing. He refined a middle ninth-grade golden pill, but he was still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Originally, when Yi Yuan threw out the name of Pill Pavilion in Fire Peace Great Nation, people were all still indifferent to it. But now, the name of Pill Pavilion already reverberated throughout the Five Light Heavenly region. The various major factions sent disciples with apartment to marshal secure Heavenly Sect's Pill Pavilion one after another to cultivate alchemy Tao. 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects were virtually all ascenders. Those capable of becoming heavenly alchemists could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, the 5 great heavenly sects' reliance on the Pill Alliance was especially so, with the Pill Alliance carrying out a boycott against the martial secure heavenly sect. The other 4 sects naturally had a feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. But the more it was so, the more they did not dare to offend the Pill Alliance. However, the appearance of the Pill Pavilion completely changed this situation. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to the world that the Pill Pavilion's strength was not the least bit inferior to the Pill Alliance. It was even stronger. At least, up until now, no one in the Pill Alliance could win him. With regards to this kind of sensational effect, it was naturally impossible for the Pill Alliance to resign themselves to death. Hence, they sent out Song Yongning, who was this blue-robed youth. He was the Pill Alliance's holy son, and also the strongest alchemy path powerhouse of the junior generation. The Pill Alliance had always been mysterious. And, Body knew just how strong the Pill Alliance was. And the Pill Alliance sent out Song Yongning this time. Firstly, it was in order to strike Yi Yuan down, while secondly, it was in order to demonstrate their strength. The old man nodded and said, "That's of course. No matter how monstrous this boy is, he's naturally too weak to stand up to the compet. 1. Tying in front of Holy Sun. Our Pill Alliance has always been low-key. It's also time to let Rainclear Continent know our Pill Alliance's strength." Song Yongning smiled slightly and said, "Where's that punk now?" The old man said, "Cloud Arch Great Nation." Song Yongning nodded his head and said, "Amen, it's already not far from here. Let's go." In Cloud Leisure Establishment, Can Fei Hong was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, cold sweat already pouring profusely on his forehead. By the side, Establishment Lord Sun, Su also had a solemn look. "Is there no news from Lord Holy Sun yet? That Yi Yuan has already entered the city. What should we do?" Can Fei Hong said anxiously. The defeat of Qian Yao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing completely shattered Can Fei Hong's fantasy. He knew that Mu Lianqing was an existence on par with the Holy Sun. Although he was defeated in the end, his strength could not be ignored by anyone. However, even such an existence was defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he be a match? Sun Su shook his head and said, "How can Lord Holy Sun's whereabouts be what we can grasp? However, I reckon that he shouldn't be too far away anymore, right? Maybe he's already on the way to Cloud Leisure Establishment. After all, even Mu Lianqing was defeated. If Lord Holy Sun still doesn't appear, our Pill Alliance's face will have nowhere to put." Can Fei Hong said angrily, "By the time Lord Holy Sun comes over, the flowers would have turned yellow." Boom! Right at this time, a loud noise came from outside. No need to guess. It must be that Yi Yuan had arrived. Whenever they reached a place, Luo Yunqing would directly tear down the signboard, without exception. At least up to this point, there was no one in the Pill Alliance who could win back this face. Mu Lianqing was also very domineering back then, but he suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat and was ashamed and resentful. Can Fei Hong's expression changed, and he said, "And it that brat is here. What to do? Fight. We will definitely lose. Not fighting, it's shameful. Alas. Seeing Can Fei Hong sigh heavily, Sun Tzu also had a helpless look. He understood Can Fei Hong very well. Can Fei Hong was not like this originally. Before Yi Yuan challenged Mu Lianqing, he even pledged in all solemnity that he would definitely stop Yi Yuan's footsteps of continuous victories. But now, he did not dare to say it anymore. Sun Tzu heaved a sigh and said, "No matter what, go out first. Even if our Pill Alliance loses, we can't beat cowardly turtles too." Can Fei Hong had a bitter face and nodded his head. Outside Cloud Leisure Establishment, it was already seething with excitement. Marshall Secure, Heavenly Sect, produced an alchemy path expert who beat the Pill Alliance to the ground. This matter had long already spread throughout Cloud Arch Great Nation. The people had long already heard of Yi Yuan's great name. Upon seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Ha! I even thought that it was boasting previously. Looking at it now, the rumors are true. Cloud Leisure Establishment's master Can Fei Hong is actually scared until he doesn't dare to come out. This Yi Yuan is really too formidable, fortifying the spirits of us Ascenders. Every day they talked about how the Pill Alliance's people are so formidable. Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this. Seeing that Cloud Leisure Establishment's front door was tightly shut and no one dared to come out, the people were all snickering without ceasing. It was also no wonder that these people exclaimed in surprise. It was undeniable that the Pill Alliance powerhouses that Yi Yuan challenged, they were all alchemy path powerhouses who garrisoned a region far and near. These people's alchemy path strength was even stronger than the various major heavenly sects retainers. However, Yi Yuan could win 17 matches in a row. It was sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. Creak. Cloud Leisure Establishment's front door was finally opened, revealing Can Fei Hong and Sun Tzu's figures. Can Fei Hong's expression was slightly dark, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't be arrogant. My Pill Alliance has already sent out Lord Holy Sun. Once he arrives, you'll get it." Yi Yuan looked at Can Fei Hong and said with a faint smile, "Why? Your Pill Alliance all became cowards and don't even dare to accept the challenge anymore?" Seeing Can Fei Hong's being threatening in manner but inwardly shaky appearance, everyone was shocked. This guy who came from the Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect was really too strong to actually scare Can Fei Hong until he did not dare to make a move. One had to know Can Fei Hong's alchemy path strength was extremely strong. It could be seen how great a deterrent Yi Yuan's consecutive wins previously was. Can Fei Hong's expression was ugly to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I admit defeat, but don't leave if you have the capability. When Holy Sun comes, you'll be in Bara." As said. Chapter 26-22, True Grade. Chapter 26-22, True Grade. Uncle One. Yes. In the crowd, a fist shadow rumbled out. Can Fei Hong was directly blasted into meat paste. By the side, Sun Tzu's expression suddenly changed, not understanding why. Everyone looked sideways. They saw an old man and a youth in the crowd. The young man walked out slowly and said with a cold snort, surrendering without fighting, humiliating the Pill Alliance's face, "You deserve to die." Lord Holy Sun, Cloud Leisure Establishments, Sun Tzu pays respect to Lord Holy Sun. Sun Tzu's expression changed slightly, already guessing Tsang Yongning's ident. One Tai, beside Yi Yuan, Luo Yunqing also had a solemn look as he said, "That old man's strength is quite strong. He's a Jade Sovereign Heaven expert." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, paying no attention to it. Since it was an alchemy compat, he was not afraid that the Pill Alliance would cause problems. While killing people was easy, wanting to restore reputation was difficult. Wanting to win back face, the Pill Alliance would have to compete in alchemy honestly with him. Song Yongning did not even look at Sun Tzu, but he turned to Yi Yuan and said with contempt, "The light of a firefly also dares to contend for glory with the bright moon. Brat, you dare to provoke my Pill Alliance. Do you know the consequences?" The moment Song Yongning took the stage, he gave people a powerful deterrence. That aura of looking down on everything made people give sidelong glances. Yi Yuan seemed to be an ant in his eyes. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Provoke the Pill Alliance? Hoo-hoo, do you want face or not? Your Pill Alliance boycotted my martial secure heavenly sect and forced Brother Luo to break his sword and lower his head and coerce my disciple to become a furnace. But now, you want to make a false countercharge. Is your Pill Alliance all born under the year of the dog?" Song Yongning's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "How razor-tongued and eloquent. Boy, arrogance needs to be backed using strength. Otherwise, you'll only become a laughingstock. Do you really think that by winning some trash, you have the qualifications to challenge the Pill Alliance?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "You're associated with this trash. Doesn't that make you a trash too? So, your Pill Alliance is a pile of garbage?" Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted a burst of laughter. Song Yongning's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Punk, you're very arrogant. Since you're so arrogant, do you dare to bet your life or not?" "What's not? No way." Yi Yuan spoke halfway and was interrupted by Luo Yunqing. Yi Yuan's existence was the martial secure heavenly sect's future hope. There must not be any accidents. This holy sun gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not watch Yi Yuan take the risk unfeelingly. It was not that he was not confident in Yi Yuan, but that he did not want Yi Yuan to take risks. Song Yongning laughed mockingly and said, "If you don't dare, kneel down and admit fault. Brother Luo, calm down. You don't think that I wouldn't even be able to win a trash, right?" Yi Yuan gave Luo Yunqing a glance and said with a faint smile. Luo Yunqing's brows furrowed slightly, but he was still not at ease. This young man was guarded by a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. He was definitely not an ordinary person in the Pill Alliance. With the Pill Alliance sending him here, they probably had the confidence that he would definitely win. Therefore, he had no choice but to be careful. Yi Yuan looked at Song Yongning and said, "I'll bet with you." Song Yongning smiled and said, "Okay, you and I draw up an Origin Divinity curse. The loser will die by Origin Divinity backloss. H. Plus, Yi Yuan said coolly, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Luo Yunqing still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan said, "Brother Lu, shrinking back here, it will waste all the previous efforts. You wouldn't think that the Pill Alliance really only had this sort of trash, right? Their strength is stronger than we imagine. Furthermore, only by defeating the Holy Sun can it demonstrate the Pill Pavilion's might even more." In reality, Yi Yuan had long felt it. The Pill Alliance was an extremely powerful organization. Their heavenly alchemists had gained knowledge on the essence of alchemy Tao. In fact, it achieved the same wondrous effect with different means as his alchemy path. The opponents that Yi Yuan defeated along the way, their basic skills were all extremely solid, and their strength was extremely formidable. And these were still merely just the heavenly alchemists garrisoning outside. Then how strong were the Pill Alliance's internal heavenly alchemists? With Yi Yuan fighting all this way, it was in order to force out the Pill Alliance's true strength. If they could not even see the opponent's true strength, then this war need not be fought anymore too. Since this young man in front of him was able to become the Holy Sun, his strength was naturally extraordinary. At least, it would definitely be much stronger than those before. Luo Yunqing's expression flickered indeterminately, and he could only say, "Then you be careful." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, turned around, and set up an origin divinity curse with Tsang Yongning. But after signing it, Tsang Yongning laughed loudly and said, "Boy, wait to suffer the origin divinity curse and die. You probably haven't even figured out the grades of heavenly pills, right? The world only knows that heavenly pills are divided into 9 grades, and grand completion 9th grade is the limit. But they don't know that my pill alliance can refine even higher grade heavenly pills. Above 9th grade is true grade." One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Tsang Yongning's words immediately caused a huge response. They had never heard before that there was an even higher quality above 9th grade, because no one had ever been able to refine it. 9th grade was already a legendary grade in their mind, much less true grade that had never been heard of. True grade, what kind of grade is that? Since the Pill Alliance's Holy Son said so, doesn't that mean that he can refine it? It turns out that he dug a hole for Yi Yuan. After the shock, people also understood one after another the reason why Tsang Yongning was betting his life with Yi Yuan. He was certain that Yi Yuan had never heard of true grade before. It was naturally even more impossible to refine true grade as long as Yi Yuan signed an origin divinity curse with him. Then Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. What a malicious guy. Luo Yunqing's gaze turned sharp, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated." Without another word, Luo Yunqing's long sword was unsheathed, and he rushed over. Uncle Wen gave a cold snort and slammed a fist out. Boom. With a collision, Luo Yunqing was actually shocked until he fell back. But Uncle Wen did not budge an inch. Jade-faced swordsman, indeed extraordinary, blocked my punch, and you can actually come out safe and sound. Uncle Wen praised, but Luo Yunqing's expression was very ugly. This old man's strength was extremely strong. He was not a match. Brother Luo, betting lives was something that both parties were willing to do in the first place. Since the origin divinity contract is already signed, let's talk about it after fighting. Moreover, I believe that it isn't such an easy thing for him to want to refine true grade either, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Tsang Yongning smiled and said, "That's right. Refining true grade can come by with luck, but not by seeking it. In the Pill Alliance, many elders have refined true grade, and they could only reach it 1 in 10 as well. But my strength has already said many elders. When I refine 5 times, there will be 1 time where it can reach the realm of true grade. Otherwise, how do you think I became the Holy Son?" True grade. This was an unfamiliar term to everyone. They had never heard of it before, let alone seen it. But without a doubt, this was definitely a realm that was out of reach. The Pill Alliance's elders were at least grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. This kind of realm can only reach 1 in 10 too. It could be seen how strong Tsang Yongning's strength was. Before this, Yi Yuan had never heard of this realm before as well. Even Zhong Jianchou's jade slips did not have it. Clearly, Zhong Jianchou had never reached this realm before too. Yi Yuan's heart sank slightly. This Pill Alliance's background was deep beyond imagination. One could tell from Tsang Yongning's words that most likely the vast majority of the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly alchemists could reach the realm of true grade. Chapter 26-23, Peak Showdown. Chapter 26-23, Peak Showdown. After the two decided on the pill formula, Tsang Yongning said with a contemptuous look, "This Holy Son will let you broaden your horizons today. I'll make you understand what's called a frog at the bottom of a well." His words also made people realize the truly powerful aspect of the Pill Alliance, this faction. Ninth-grade golden pills were already legends in the outside world, but the Pill Alliance could refine even rarer true-grade, heavenly pills. This disparity was too great. What Song Yongning represented was just the tip of the iceberg of the Pill Alliance. He was just the Holy Son. Then what about the Pill Alliance's elders? Also, what about the even stronger Alliance chief? Unimaginable. Furthermore, the Pill Alliance practically monopolized Rain-Clear Continent's heavenly medicines and heavenly pills. Then, how many powerful martial artists had they groomed? Thinking about it like this, everyone could not help being fear-stricken. At the same time, they also silently mourned Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was indeed a genius who rose up like a comet, and, oh, body could deny this. But what he did wrong was that he should not have provoked the Pill Alliance. Now, he ended up with the outcome of Paris. I plusing and Tao dissipating. No one felt that Yi Yuan would win. This was because the outside world had never heard of true grade before. Never even heard of it before. So how to refine it? The moment Song Yongning made a move, everyone's expressions changed. His every action and conduct, every move and stance, carried the ACCU mulations of great Tao. The place where he stood, every inch of it, formed a world of its own. And the aura radiating from his body quickly affected Yi Yuan. So strong. Is this the Pill Alliance's true strength? When Holy Sun is refining pills, it's completely different from ordinary heavenly alchemists. The relative superiority or inferiority can be distinguished in virtually one glance. Such a refinement combines Tao into one. One pill, one world. It's exhibited to the extreme in Holy Sun's hands. Looks like Yi Yuan really has no hope. Alchemy battles between heavenly alchemists. Sometimes the relative superiority or inferiority could not be differentiated until the moment the quality was tested. But as soon as Song Yongning made his move, everyone noticed the difference. Some people refined pills by intuition. Some people refined pills based on experience. But some people relied on powerful strength to refine pills. The vast majority of the heavenly alchemists in this world were the former two kinds. And the first two kinds of heavenly alchemists, no matter how sensitive your intuition was, no matter how experienced you were, there was also a feeling of groping for fish in muddied waters. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something, but not understanding why. But the third kind of heavenly alchemist operated from a strategically advantageous position, with a definite target in mind. They rarely made mistakes when refining pills, and the quality was extremely high. This kind of heavenly alchemist was like an extremely sophisticated instrument. Each step of the pill refinement was carried out according to a set route. Such a refinement would not make any mistakes at all. Holy Sun clearly belonged to this type of people. Yi Yuan also felt Song Yongning's power. It was just that he did not care. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He restrained his mind and cupped his fists. A Tai Chi diagram suddenly formed. A surge of great Tao ACCU. Mulations erupted vigorously. It actually pushed Holy Sun's great Tao ACCU mulations out. Song Yongning already had no distractions in his heart, but being scoured by this power of great Tao, he could not help being surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was actually so strong. But when competing in alchemy, he had no time to spare for other things too. They were betting lives and could not crack any jokes. Hence, the two started an alchemy battle that left people dizzy. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it could not avoid arousing a wave of shock. They did not expect that what Holy Sun could do, Yi Yuan could do it too. The two people's alchemy battle was very anxious. No one could predict how the final result would be. This kind of alchemy battle did not have glints and flashes of cold steel, but people similarly felt the intensity, as if these two masters were currently going back and forth, fighting fiercely without ceasing. After several hours, the two people virtually finished refining at the same time. Holy Sun's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan, frowning slightly. This boy's stubbornness somewhat exceeded his imagination. He was sure that his alchemy Tao was definitely above Yi Yuan's. But that was just because his cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan's. Song Yongning was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this result. Open the furnace. Looking at your expression, true grade should be hopeless, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Yongning's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, winning you don't have to be true grade either. If you don't reach grand completion 9th grade, you'll likewise lose." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you." Song Yongning said in a solemn voice, "Open the furnace." The two people's divine essence shook, each opening their furnace. 2 dazzling golden medicinal pills flew out. It naturally attracted a wave of exclamations. The moment they made their move, it was a 9th grade golden pill. These two people's strength was really ridiculous. Disregarding the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun, being powerful was to be expected too. But they did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually not the slightest bit inferior when facing such a powerful opponent. Song Yongning sneered and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself too early. Even if it's the same grand completion 9th grade, there are minute differences too. The result still needs to use the Cloud Mount Mother Stone to test before it can be confirmed. No need to doubt it. This Holy Sun is definitely peak 9th grade, without the slightest flaw. As for you, haha." Song Yongning's words had unfinished meaning, but the meaning was already very obvious. He completely did not believe that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill could compare to his. The quality of heavenly pills, even if there was the slightest error, would have subtle differences. Pills were divided into 9 grades. This was just a rough differentiation. In reality, even if similarly upper 9th grade, the quality of the medicinal pill still had minute differences. Normally, there naturally would not be anyone who would care about these minute differences. But when two people's strengths were extremely close, this trace of difference was of utmost importance. This kind of minute difference could not be felt. Only through a sophisticated treasure, like the Cloud Mount Mother Stone, could it be discerned. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just shrugged and said coolly, "Since when did a trash can be so confident? Stop talking rubbish and appraise it." Song Yongning gave a cold snort and reached his hand out to beckon, and his heavenly pills arrived on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. The scales soared madly all the way until it rushed to the peak in the end, and had no way of rising anymore. Buzz. There was an uproar from the crowd. They were all stunned by this scene. What did this show? This showed that Song Yongning's heavenly pill already reached the perfection of 9th grade, just as he said, without the slightest flaws. It's over. Holy Sun won for sure with this. At least, Holy Sun is already established in an undefeatable position. Yi Yuan can at most just tie with Holy Sun, but I reckon that it's very hard. Holy Sun's strength is absolutely at peak 9th grade, and it's even possible to refine true grade. But Yi Yuan's heavenly pill likely still has a tiny trace of flaw. Everyone shook their heads, knowing that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. This was competing against 9th grade perfection. Unless Yi Yuan could refine true grade, otherwise he could at most fight to a draw. But how difficult was it to reach a draw? Song Yongning gave a cold laugh and sent the Cloud Mount Mother Stone in front of Yi Yuan and said, "Punk, it's your turn. At the thought of you suffering the agony of the Origin Divinity curse, this Holy Sun finds it very enjoyable right now." Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not talk nonsense either, sending his heavenly pill onto the cloud Mount Mother Stone. Chapter 26-24, Evenly Matched. Chapter 26-24, Evenly Matched. The scale soared all the way, straight up to 9th grade. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the cloud Mount Mother Stone. Only 2 people were aloof and indifferent. One was Tsang Yongning. A hint of an arch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Already feeling certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to reach 9th grade perfection. While the other was Yi Yuan himself, it was as if nothing could move him. Or should one say, that was confidence. It was just that this confidence was so laughable when it landed in Tsang Yongning's eyes. Did this guy really think that 9th grade superlative was so easy to achieve? What kind of pain Tsang Yongning himself experienced in the process of 9th grade to 9th grade, only he himself knew. Without endless tempering, without willpower and perseverance, it was simply impossible to achieve. How many complicated procedures were there in a pill refinement? If it really needed to be sorted it out in detail, that was absolutely an astronomical order of magnitude. Even if there was just a tiny trace of oversight, it would also make the quality unable to truly be consummated and reach perfection. Even in the Pill Alliance, there was also a sentence that was circulated. 9th grade was easy, perfection was hard to seek. Even some senior elders found it very difficult to truly reach perfection too. It could be seen how difficult this step was. If not for this, he, Tsang Yongning, would also have not been able to overpower all heroes and become the Holy Sun. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to reach perfection. The scale rose little by little. It reached grand completion, 9th grade, very quickly. This was also within reason. Yi Yuan's heavenly pill could be discerned to be grand completion, 9th grade, using the naked eye. But whether or not it could reach 9th grade perfection, this was the crux. As the scale continued rising continuously, approaching the peak bit by bit, the audience was silent. Tsang Yongning smiled and said, being able to reach this step, your strength is already very good. Of course, if not because of this, it would have been impossible for you to force this holy sun out too. Watching the scale approach perfection, little by little, Tsang Yongning was still talking in a jovial manner. But the scale did not have the intention of stopping. It still closed in on perfection bit by bit. Everyone's hearts were pounding. There was only less than the distance of a fingernail to perfection. Could it reach perfection? At this time, even Tsang Yongning's breathing became somewhat uneven too. A thread away, the scale continued climbing and reached half a fingernail very soon. Then it closed in on perfection little by little. Tsang Yongning's breathing became more and more labored along with the increase of the scale. Maxed. Right at the moment when the scale reached the limit, Luo Yunqing was the first to yell out. He should be the most worried among the audience. During this testing, he felt even more nervous than experiencing a great battle. The slightest difference determined Yi Yuan's life and death. That instant when the scale reached the limit, Luo Yunqing felt his nerves that were tightly bound finally loosen. 9th grade perfection. Yi Yuan also reached 9th grade perfection. My G. Oh, D. He actually fought to a draw with the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun. It turns out that Yi Yuan's strength is actually so strong. No wonder he dares to set up the Pill Pavilion and contend with the Pill Alliance. There was a series of exclamations all around. Everyone was also extremely amazed. They did not understand alchemy, but this did not prevent them from knowing about the difficulty of 9th grade perfection. It could be said that for the scale on the cloud Mount Mother Stone to reach the limit, this was originally something that was theoretical. During the complicated and elaborate refinement, who dared to guarantee that there would be no mistakes? The Pill Alliance's holy son could do it, but that was because he was standing at the very summit of the Rainclear continent's alchemy path. He had the Pill Alliance's deep legacy. He had endless heavenly medicines to practice. He had conditions that other heavenly alchemists were not equipped with. But Yi Yuan had nothing. He reached this step too. How could this not make people marvel? Sang Yongning's expression was ugly to the extreme. What right did this guy have? How much hards? Plus P had he suffered? How many trials had he gone through to reach this step himself? What right did this guy have to reach the sky in one step? The Pill Alliance had naturally investigated Yi Yuan before. Sang Yongning knew that the time Yi Yuan ascended had not been long. In fact, when this guy just ascended, his affinity was only 1 point. If not for this, he also would not have underestimated Yi Yuan so much. But what right did this guy have to reach 9th grade perfection in such a short time? No, it must be a fluke. Definitely a fluke. Lord Holy Son, this 9th grade perfection doesn't seem to be so hard. You said it like flowers were cascading from the sky, saying to let me broaden my horizons. I was wondering how difficult it was. Yi Yuan looked at Sang Yongning and said with a smile that was not a smile. Sang Yongning's face turned black, instantly having a feeling like he had his face slapped. He postured too hard previously. Who knew that this guy was lucky and refined 9th grade perfection in one go? He gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "Humph, just got lucky, that's all." Do you think that you can reach 9th grade perfection each time? Furthermore, don't you forget, this round is the heavenly pill of your choice. In the next round, I'll choose. Let me tell you, refining grade 2 heavenly pills, 9th grade perfection is my bottom line. Also, you have to prevent me from refining a true grade heavenly pill at any time. Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "We'll wait and see then. I want to see whether this 9th grade perfection is really that difficult or not." Both were 9th grade perfection. They naturally could not differentiate the relative superiority or inferiority. The second round alchemy battle was naturally prepared, ready very quickly. The first round was the pill formula that Yi Yuan picked. This round, it was Sang Yongning's turn. Sang Yongning directly chose a heavenly imperial pill. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Heaven Decree Ice Marrow Pill. It's my Pill Alliance's unique pill formula. It has never circulated in the outside world before. It should be your first time refining, right? This holy son wants to see whether you can still reach 9th grade perfection or not." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Another kind of heavenly imperial pill formula, is it? Your Pill Alliance's foundation is really deep enough. Thank you for your pill formula." Sang Yongning sneered and said, "You'll be crying in a while." A few hours later, the second round alchemy battle started again. Sure enough, it was still evenly matched in strength. This Heaven Decree Ice Marrow Pill. Yi Yuan refined it without the slightest sluggish feeling, as if he had gone through severe training. During these 3 months of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan was already very familiar with grade 2 heavenly pills. Whether or not it was the first time refining, it did not make a big difference to him. Actually, when Sang Yongning took out this heavenly imperial pill, he was not hoping that it could stump Yi Yuan all at once. He understood that for Yi Yuan to be able to refine 9th grade perfection, his understanding of alchemy Tao was already tracing back to the source. A heavenly imperial pill was not enough to stump him. However, when tracing back to the source again, there were still many uncertain factors in an unfamiliar pill formula. As long as Yi Yuan's foundation was the slightest bit not solid, flaws would occur. If flaws occurred, it would not be able to reach 9th grade perfection. This way, his victory would be within grasp. At this time, What they competed in was true strength, refining a heavenly imperial pill. The two people's commotion was greater than before, as intense as always. After a few hours, the two people finished refining. After opening the furnace, sure enough, it was both grand completion ninth grade again. This spectacular sight naturally attracted another wave of exclamations. This kind of pinnacle showdown was simply enjoyable to them. Song Yongning was BRIMMING with confidence, directly placing the heavenly pill onto the cloud Mount Motherstone. The scale reached its peak very quickly. Ninth grade perfection again. Chapter 26-25, Fierce Battles. Chapter 26-25, Fierce Battles. Ninth grade perfection again. Tied again. Too strong. The two are both too strong. When heavenly imperial pills reach their hands, it can actually reach ninth grade perfection too. Really too monstrous. Yi Yuan's heavenly imperial pill reached ninth grade perfection again. This made the whole audience seethe with excitement once more. They had never seen before such a fierce alchemy compet. One tie-in. The two people's alchemy Tao had both reached the extreme. There was no way of determining the victor at all. Bringing out a heavenly imperial pill. Now, the two people similarly reached ninth grade perfection. Especially that the Cloud Arch great nation, at this time, many ascender heavenly alchemists had already gathered. They were astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. Song Yongning was a native heavenly alchemist. His affinity even reached a horrifying 70+. His strength being powerful was within reason. But as an ascender heavenly alchemist, Yi Yuan could actually contend with Song Yongning, this holy son, with 10 points affinity. How amazingly talented was that? Song Yongning's smugness had not lasted very long, and his expression had already become very dark. Got slapped in the face again, this time. The pill formula came from him. Furthermore, it was even a heavenly imperial pill. Yi Yuan definitely had not refined it before. But he still reached ninth grade perfection. He discovered that he severely underestimated Yi Yuan's strength. This guy was likely not far away from true grade as well. Of course, Song Yongning was clearly that ninth grade perfection to true grade. That was a great chasm. Even in the Pill Alliance, the elders capable of refining true grade were very few too. Yi Yuan being able to reach ninth grade perfection did not mean that he could refine true grade too. However, Song Yongning also realized that ninth grade perfection was likely unable to defeat Yi Yuan anymore. Wanting to defeat Yi Yuan, there was only true grade. Lord Holy Sun, the question that you asked is just SOSO as well. Seems like reaching ninth grade perfection isn't too difficult. Yi Yuan mocked. Song Yongning calmed down instead at this time and said in a solemn voice, "It's your turn to pose the question." Seeing Song Yongning's appearance, everyone was slightly somber in their hearts. They all realized that Song Yongning was serious. Once Song Yongning got serious, it meant that the chances of true grade appearing would probably greatly increase. Song Yongning said it before, that when he refined grade 2 heavenly pills, the probability of true grade was about 1 in 5 times. Now, 2 times had already said there were not many chances left for Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan did not care, and said with a faint smile, grade 2 foundation establishment. Heavenly pill then. Grade 2 foundation establishment, heavenly pill. He's mad, right? Choosing this kind of basic, heavenly pill, wouldn't the probability of Holy Sun reaching true grade be higher? What's Yi Yuan thinking? Isn't this digging his own grave? Those ascender heavenly alchemists directly burst into an uproar. If one had to say they were the same as Yi Yuan, all ascenders, there was naturally a natural sense of closeness. If Yi Yuan could really win, the Pill Pavilion would be able to stand up to the Pill Alliance as an equal. Then, the springtime of them all, these Ascender heavenly alchemists, would be here. But Yi Yuan actually dug his own grave now, and ruined the Great Wall himself. Song Yongning narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Very good. Looks like you're very confident in the Grade 2 Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill. Do you want to use the Grade 2 Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, to break through to true grade?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why? Can't I?" Song Yongning nodded slightly and said, "Of course you can. However, you'll have to hurry it up." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen, I'll hurry up." The third round began very soon. This time, it was even more thrilling. Song Yongning said that he would reach true grade 1 out of 5 times. This did not mean that he would only refine a true grade on the 5th try. This was an issue of probability, a probability of 1 in 5. This was also to say that Song Yongning might be able to directly refine a true grade, Heavenly Pill this time. After all, a Grade 2 Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, this sort of basic Heavenly Pill, it was seriously too easy to Song Yongning. The simpler, the higher the probability of refining true grade, naturally. Refining a Grade 2 Foundation establishment, Heavenly Pill, the situation was far more intense than everyone imagined. The two people's alchemy Tao were virtually brought out to the extreme. That profound and inscrutable ACCU mulations of great Tao seemed to be like a splendid burst of martial techniques, class, H.I., plussing chaotically all around. While Song Yongning's great Tao ACCU mulations were incomparably powerful, Yi Yuan's great Tao ACCU mulations were extremely solid, refining a Grade 2 basic, Heavenly Pill. The two people clearly accomplished it with even greater ease and could put more energy on the other party. This battle dazzled everyone's eyes. The refinement ended, the furnaces opened. Song Yongning's expression was very ugly. He failed. This guy was seriously too hard to deal with. Sure enough, the end result was still both 9th grade perfection. Unexpectedly, Song Yongning also chose a Grade 2 basic pill in the 4th round. But the two still drew a tie in the 4th round, following which the 5th round, 6th round, all the way until the 19th round, the two still only refined 9th grade perfection. Song Yongning did not use a true grade Heavenly Pill to seal the victory like he said. A total of 19 rounds were carried out for half a month. The crowd in front of Cloud Leisure establishment gathered more and was already densely packed. Many people even inquired and rushed over from various places. This kind of pinnacle alchemy battle already attracted more and more people's attention. And at the scene, the people were almost asphyxiated by such fierce alchemy battles. Too nervous, too exciting. These two practically represented Rain-Clear Continent's pinnacle-most alchemy path standard. When Song Yongning brought out true grade this obstruction, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would lose. But he persevered for a full 19 rounds. Yi Yuan's stubbornness Serpa S. said everyone's imagination. This was a fierce battle. It was not just a test of strength. It was a test of character, spirit, and endurance. After half a month, this level of peak showdown, the two people's minds were already tightly wounded to the extreme. Even if Song Yongning was a Grade 3 heavenly alchemist and was much stronger to begin with, it was already more than he could bear. This alchemy battle had an even greater expenditure than experiencing a war unequaled by contemporaries. Since it was called an alchemy battle, the two people's refinement, Great Tao ACCU, mulations, aura perception, all were crossing swords every hour and moment. He was somewhat unable to imagine how Yi Yuan persevered. Apart from the first round and second round, the remaining 17 rounds, the two people both chose Grade 2 Foundation Establishment, Heavenly Pill. But no one broke through. The 19 rounds were tied without exception. After a bout of adjusting his breathing, Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Ho, you said 1 in 5. Now, there have already been 19 matches. You haven't even refined true grade once. The Pill Alliance's holy son is merely thus." Song Yongning got serious, but he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. He discovered that this guy was simply too difficult to deal with. Yi Yuan was like a perpetual motion machine. After fighting 19 consecutive matches, he could still keep up with his pace. Song Yongning was very certain that Yi Yuan's mind had already reached its limit, because this Grade 3 heavenly alchemist, the Pill Alliance holy son, had already reached his limit too, but he was just able to hold on. Song Yongning had to admit that if it were him, he would not have been able to hold on. At this point, what they competed in was already not just strength, but even more of will. Whoever failed to persist first would be eliminated. Chapter 26:26, Whirlpool. Chapter 26:26, Whirlpool. Yi Yuan had to admit that Song Yongning was the strongest opponent that he had encountered so far, not one of. Even the medicine ancestor back then was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan too. Medicine ancestors was merely just because his cultivation realm was high. That was all. When Yi Yuan's cultivation realm came up, he became too weak to stand up to the compet. One, Tian. But regarding Song Yongning's might, that was a strength like a piece of steel that had been tempered 100 times. The power of the Pill Alliance's foundation exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. If one holy son was already like this, then how strong was the alchemy path strength of the Pill Alliance's leader? Unimaginable. In terms of talent, in terms of strength, in terms of cultivation realm, Yi Yuan even lost by a hair. Even if it was the foundation that Yi Yuan had always been proudest of, Song Yongning was extremely solid too. It might not be as good as Yi Yuan, but it would absolutely not go so far as to become a shortcoming. Such an opponent, it was far too difficult to want to beat him. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan was even more eager to defeat the other party. If that Han Yi was his whetstone in martial Dao, then this Song Yongning was the best whetstone on his path of alchemy Dao. In the current circumstances, it was simply impossible to determine the victor within 9th grade. Only whoever could break the shackles and reach true grade could win. 8 years of close seclusion. Yi Yuan had long detected that there was likely an even higher grade above 9th grade perfection. But this step was fleeting and ephemeral. He was separated by a layer of windowpane paper from this, but could not piece it all along. Yi Yuan had no succession of teachings from a teacher. With no foundation, he could only rely on his own fumbling. But Song Yongning was the best whetstone that the Pill Alliance gave him. Therefore, he did his utmost to prevent Song Yongning from refining true grade for now, while he himself also had to break the shackles amidst this tipping point. This alchemy battle could be said to be the most difficult battle on his path of alchemy. 30 matches tied, 40 matches tied, 50 matches still tied. In a blink, the two people had already been fighting fiercely for more than 3 months. Even those people who had been watching the battle from the start could not quite hold on anymore. But the two people in the field were still fighting nonstop. Yes, this alchemy battle already evolved into a war. The outcome was this battle was too important. Regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or Song Yongning, neither could afford to lose. This alchemy battle already caused a great sensation in the 5 Light Heavenly region, even in the entire Rain-Clear continent. Countless heavenly alchemists gathered at Cloud Arch Great Nation. The 5 great heavenly sect masters were also all present at this time. Countless powerhouses' gazes focused on a measly little cloud arch great nation. Before this, even if Yi Yuan challenged 17 grandmasters in a row, these sect master overlords also did not feel that there was anything. In their view, that was merely martial secure, heavenly sect's deathbed struggle. But after 3 months, everyone's views had changed, because they all realized that this alchemy battle would probably affect the entire Rainclear continent structure. If Yi Yuan won this battle, the Pill Pavilion would immediately become a superpower capable of contending with the Pill Alliance. Henceforth, Ascenders did not need to be restricted by the Pill Alliance anymore. This battle held extraordinary significance, but the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan won. In the royal palace of Cloud Arch Great Nation, the emperor could only wait outside Jinwan Hall. The sect masters of the 5 great heavenly sects were gathered here at this time. The 5 people's gazes were staring at the light screen in front. What was displayed on the light screen was precisely the projection of Yi Yuan and Sang Yongning's alchemy battle, Shangyu Heavenly Sect's sect master. Ling Wanqing could not resist exclaiming, "Feng Shuani, I didn't expect that your martial secure heavenly sect actually produced such a rare prodigy. If he wins this battle, Yi Yuan's name can likely be on par with Lord Zhuobufan." Xingyun Heavenly Sect's sect master, Huazio nodded in agreement and said, "After Lord Zhuobufan, our 5 great heavenly sects met with hindrance everywhere and were powerless to support the frontiers. The biggest reason is this heavenly pill. If the momentum of the Pill Pavilion is formed, we Ascenders won't have to be restricted anymore. In as little as 1,000 years or as many as 3,000 years, our 5-light heavenly region will definitely be able to replicate our glory." Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect Master Yang Jie's brows furrowed slightly, having much unhappiness with these remarks. After all, the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was the central sect, the leader of the 5 sects. But he also had no choice but to admit that Ling Wanqing and Huazio's statements made sense. Zhuobufan was amazingly talented, standing proudly in the firmament, but such a person was too rare after all. However, if the Pill Pavilion's momentum could form, it would be able to create a large number of experts. The combat power of Ascenders greatly surpassed, said native powerhouses in the first place. If there was the help of heavenly pills, it would naturally be even more like adding wings to a tiger. It was no exaggeration to say that it was changing the structure of Rainclear Continent in the slightest. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan battling Sang Yongning, Feng Shuani was dumbfounded too. The Pill Alliance came into being domineeringly. Who would have expected that they were actually forced by Yi Yuan into such a situation? Yi Yuan's agreement of 20 years was really not empty talk. If the Pill Pavilion's momentum formed, why would his martial secure heavenly sect still need to be scared of whatever Pill Alliance? What was laughable was that those short-sighted people in the sect were probably embarrassed, said until they had no face to come out anymore. Now, right? Feng Shuani, if Yi Yuan can really win, you can't go back on the promise that your Pill Pavilion made back then. Otherwise, my Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect will be the first to disapprove. Yang Jie suddenly said. The so-called promise was Yi Yuan saying back then that the Pill Pavilion was an open faction and would not forcefully recruit heavenly alchemists like the Pill Alliance. This was of utmost importance to the other 4 sects. The heavenly alchemists were S, N, A, T, C, head away by you alone. What had it got to do with us still? At that point, after the Pill Pavilion rose, wouldn't it become another Pill Alliance? Feng Shuani nodded and said, "Central Sect, please rest assured. Yi Yuan said before that as long as it's the 5 great heavenly sex disciples, the Pill Pavilion will be completely open to them. As long as they are heavenly alchemists who joined the Pill Pavilion, they will be able to browse all of the pill formulas and receive the best training. After success, the 5 great heavenly sex disciples will return to their sex, respectively, and be their own masters. If Yi Yuan can win, the 5 of us can sign a treaty on the spot and keep to this constraint for generations to come. It's just that our 5 great heavenly sects are of the same breath and branch to begin with. The rise of the Pill Pavilion also needs the support of the central sect and the 3 sects. Yang Jie's expression eased up slightly, and he said with a nod, "That's of course. If the Pill Pavilion is formed, our 5 sects should join forces and drive the Pill Alliance out of 5 Light Heavenly Region." Feng Shuani nodded slightly, his gaze landing on the light screen again. He secretly cheered Yi Yuan on in his heart. There were no 2 ways about it. It all fell under the prerequisite that Yi Yuan could win. If Yi Yuan failed, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect would likely suffer a devastating blow. The implications of this alchemy battle were seriously too great. No one expected that things would actually play out until like this. Each of the 2 people's alchemy battle was like a layer of a whirlpool. As the number of matches increased, this whirlpool got bigger and bigger, increasingly larger. Finally, it affected the entire Rainclear continent. Now, the general trend had already formed. No one could reverse it anymore. Most likely, the Pill Alliance's alliance chief also did not expect that there would be such consequences when he sent Sang Yongning out, right? The situation could no longer be controlled. These 2 people's alchemy battle would eventually collapse. Either the Pill Alliance collapses, or the 5 Light Heavenly Region crumbles. If the Pill Alliance collapsed, they would merely withdraw from 5 Light Heavenly Region. But if the 5 Light Heavenly Region collapsed, their days in the future would be difficult. Suddenly, Feng Shuani's gaze turned sharp. This alchemy battle that had dragged on finally made waves again. Chapter 26-27, An Opponent Worthy of Respect. Chapter 26-27, An Opponent Worthy of Respect. Dao Rule. Yang Jie's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in surprise. This is alchemy Dao Rule. But who brought this down? Hua Zio said with a frown. At this time, the entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was in a stir. The sky was normal, but the air pressure over Cloud Arch Great Nation was low until it was depressing. Everyone felt as if the sky was pressing down. People started to realize that the victor of this drawn-out pinnacle showdown was finally going to be determined. It was just that who on earth brought down this alchemy Dao Rule? Or maybe they both attracted it. On a watchtower in the city, 2 men were currently watching this alchemy battle from afar. Noticing the descent of the Dao Rule, one of them, a white-robed, middle-aged man, had a hint of a smile revealed at the corners of his mouth. Looks like the die is cast. Our arrangements are no longer necessary. Fei Bai, looks like your day of becoming famous worldwide will be postponed again. The white-robed, middle-aged man looked at the man with a cold expression beside him as he said, smilingly, "The ident. 1. Ties of these 2 men were extraordinary. The white-robed, middle-aged man was the Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief, Huangfu Cloud Think, and the man with a cold expression was the Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall's Hall Master, the number 1 swordsman, Xiao Fei Bai. It was naturally impossible for this alchemy battle that swept throughout the entire Rainclear continent to not arouse the Pill Alliance's attention. In reality, the Pill Alliance's attention to this alchemy battle exceeded the 5 great heavenly sects' imagination. The Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief and number 1 swordsman turned up in person. It was just that their whereabouts were very secretive. Plus, no one saw them at all. It was naturally not easy to be exposed. Furthermore, listening to the meaning in Huangfu Cloudthink's words, the Pill Alliance even made considerable arrangements targeting this alchemy battle. Xiao Feibai stood with his hands behind his back and said with a frosty expression, "To this Xiao, becoming famous or not isn't important. What's important is pursuing the limit of Sword Dao. I heard that the 5 great heavenly sect masters have formidable strength. This Xiao had the intention to fight, but unfortunately, the opportunity has yet to arrive. If these words were heard by others, it would definitely set the world on fire." The meaning in his words was actually to challenge the 5 great sect masters at the same time. Such words were seriously too arrogant. What kind of powerhouses were the 5 great sect masters? One could say that similarly heavenly sects, the sect masters of the 5 great heavenly sects, were much stronger than the likes of Jade True Heavenly Sect. These were ascenders. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Relax, there will be a chance. It's just that, a shame about Yi Yuan, this boy. If he can join my Pill Alliance, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger." Even someone as cold as Xiao Feibai also nodded in agreement and said, "A grade 2 heavenly alchemist and even an ascender being able to force Song Yongning to such a situation, remarkable." His face did not have any expression, but the word remarkable was already sufficient to prove his approval of Yi Yuan. Song Yongning's strength, regardless of whether it was Xiao Feibai or Huangfu Cloudthink, they were well aware of it. Furthermore, Song Yongning's character was level-headed, and he was absolutely not a flippant person. Otherwise, even if he was the Holy Sun, he could not have persevered through 3 months of alchemy battles too. Facing Yi Yuan's entanglement and being able to proceed steadily without making the slightest mistake for 3 months, this in itself explained everything. But it was also precisely because of this that it exhibited Yi Yuan's amazingness even more. Just as Song Yongning said, Yi Yuan was just an ascender, just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled and said, "It's just a pity he's destined to be a dead man." It was not just the 2 of them from the Pill Alliance that came in. They already had more than 10 SAS. Sins lie in ambush in front of Cloud Leisure Establishment. If Yi Yuan won, Huangfu Cloudthink would give the order immediately to kill Yi Yuan. The implications of this battle were too great. Even the Pill Alliance could not afford to lose 2. If they let the Pill Pavilion rise, it would cause tremendous losses to the Pill Alliance's interests. It was impossible for the Pill Alliance to sit by and watch the Pill Pavilion rise up. Dao Rule was invisible. No one knew who caused it the moment it dropped down. But in the view of the vast majority of the people, this was likely brought down by Holy Sun. Although this alchemy battle was deeply worrying, wanting to reach true grade just based on an alchemy battle, it was a little too ridiculous. True grade, since it was called a legendary grade, it was naturally difficult to the extreme. Didn't you see that even Holy Sun was unable to refine it after being disturbed by Yi Yuan for so long? The appearance of this scene caused many people to sigh. A rising alchemy overlord actually fell just like that. Song Yongning and Yi Yuan had clearly felt the appearance of this Dao Rule too. After 3 months of fierce fighting, it was finally time to show true ability. A hint of excitement and smugness flitted across Song Yongning's face. This battle was the most difficult to win since he made his debut. When the Pill Alliance sent him out, he absolutely never thought that this opponent would actually be so difficult. In these 3 months, he did not dare to relax the slightest bit, his entire person forced until he almost went mad. But he still did not dare to slack off. This was a test of will. He understood that even if there was any slacking off, the one who dies would be him. Fortunately, the clouds were dispelled and the bright moon could be seen. The Tao rule finally came. Song Yongning knew that this battle was a very hard one, but the benefits obtained were unimaginable too. This kind of tenacious and formidable opponent could only be encountered with luck, but not by searching for it. He could feel through the aura that even at this moment, when the Tao rule had already descended, Yi Yuan was still completing the refinement fastidiously. This opponent was worthy of respect. The Tao rule descended little by little. People could feel its existence, but could not see it. But they could feel that the falling speed of the Tao rule was currently getting faster and faster. The two people's refinement reached the most critical moment. Condense. At virtually the same time, the two people yelled out this word. Then, the Tao rule suddenly accelerated and dove down. Song Yongning laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're an opponent worthy of respect. To be able to force this holy sun to this point, you can be sufficiently proud of yourself. But you're destined to become a stepping stone on this holy sun's alchemy path. You can go with peace of mind." Sigh, 3 months. To actually lost just like that, really not resigned to it. This Tao rule is indeed brought down by the Pill Alliance's holy sun. Us Ascenders finally had a chance to rise, but I didn't expect he is going to be defeated just like that. A series of lamenting came from all around. As Ascenders, they naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to win. It was just that sadly, no, there was only one Tao rule that fell. If it was 2, Yi Yuan still had hopes of drawing. The result was already destined. At this time, the invisible Tao rule rushed faster and faster, falling straight to the mortal world. Boom! There was an intense tremor on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Among the dumbfounded people, it naturally included Song Yongning too, because this Tao rule did not fall into his medicine cauldron, but it landed in Yi Yuan's medicine cauldron. The whole place was deathly silent. In the royal palace, the 5 great sect masters had stupefied faces. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink and Xiao Feibai had shocked faces. Also, the various factions' big shots all had disbelief written all over their faces too. Yi Yuan won. Fighting fiercely for 3 months, Yi Yuan actually broke the shackles and suppressed the Pill Alliance's holy sun, refining true grade. Yi Yuan looked at Song Yongning and said with a slight smile, "I'll return those earlier words to you. You're indeed an opponent worthy of respect." Chapter 26-28. True grade emerges. Holy sun defeated. A storm arises. Chapter 26-28. True grade emerges. Holy sun defeated. A storm arises. Song Yongning was indeed an opponent worthy of respect. This was Song Yongning's most difficult battle. So, how was it also not Yi Yuan's most difficult battle? Although this guy was haughty, one had to admit, he was absolutely an alchemy path genius. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had never been unduly humble. He knew that he himself was a peerless genius. But Song Yongning was no less inferior to him from any angle. This guy was remarkable, but that was also more worthy of victory. This battle, the harvest that Yi Yuan obtained, was inestimable. 3 months of fierce fighting had stimulated all the potential in his body. If he still could not break through like this, then Yi Yuan would also be too much of a failure. In reality, what was hard was not refining true grade. The truly difficult thing was refining true grade under the suppression of your opponent. That needed your strength to truly overwhelm your opponent. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's and Song Yongning's improvements were tremendous. It was just that the two of their suppression on their opponents kept maintaining the results at 9th grade perfection. That was all. If Song Yongning refined a pill by himself now, the chances of refining true grade would likely greatly increase. Actually, during the 26th match, Yi Yuan already felt that he had broken through, and all the way until now, the two had already fought 47 matches. Only then did Yi Yuan completely suppress Sun Yongning in terms of strength and bring down the Tao rule. Of course, these were all internal. Only Yi Yuan himself knew about it. Even Sun Yongning himself did not detect it either. Therefore, he thought that this Tao rule was attracted by him. The entire process was like boiling the frog slowly in warm water. By the time the frog realized the truth, he could not jump out anymore. Shock and disbelief were written all over Sun Yongning's face. This is impossible. This is impossible. He had never had such a setback in alchemy before. After 3 months of fierce fighting, he was actually Serpa. Said by Yi Yuan in all aspects. This sort of thing should not have happened in his understanding. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and fired a stream of divine essence into the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, an aura of great Tao instantly spread out. A crystal-like medicinal pill flew onto Yi Yuan's palm quietly. There was no dazzling brilliance of a 9th-grade golden pill, and also no medicinal fragrance that greeted the nose. There was nothing other than the simple and unadorned of returning to one's original simplicity. That was a crystal. It looked just like an ordinary GLA. S ball. But it gave people an extraordinary feeling at a glance. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp as he said, "Great Tao unembellished, returning to one's original simplicity. It's indeed true grade. If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll surely be my Pill Alliance's mortal calamity." Xiao Feibai nodded slightly, his figure flash. Plussing and disappearing on the spot. True grade 2 foundation establishment. Heavenly pill. It suspended on Yi Yuan's palm quietly just like that. After Sun Yongning saw it, his expression could not help changing greatly, his eyes full of horror. True grade. It was really true grade. He was defeated. It's also my first time refining this. Since you're the Pill Alliance's holy son, you should be able to tell whether it's true grade or not, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. He was not afraid of Sun Yongning lying. Even if Sun Yongning lied, Heavenly Tao would not lie. The two of them swore an origin divinity curse to Heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether or not Sun Yongning admitted it, Heavenly Tao would judge it by itself. Sun Yongning's expression was ashen, and his lips turned purple. Suddenly, he raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl and fell down in pain. The origin divinity curse erupted. Heavenly Tao backlash was immensely painful. And this scene also confirmed that the heavenly pill in Yi Yuan's hand was indeed true grade. True grade heavenly pill. It showed its true face in front of the world for the first time. This is a true grade heavenly pill. It's pure like white snow. Too incredible. Really too impressive. The spring of us ascenders is finally coming. Master Yi is mighty. Master Yi is mighty. No one paid attention to the loser. The ascenders present were all cheering joyfully. In the royal palace, Feng Shuani almost jumped up. He had an excited face as he said, "True grade. It's really true grade. This guy really did it. Ha ha ha." After the other 4 great sect masters' shock, they were also extremely envious when they saw Feng Shuani's appearance. But sadly, Yi Yuan was born in the martial secure heavenly sect. If he was born in their sect, how great would that be? Although the Pill Pavilion would not restrict the background of the disciples, as martial secure heavenly sect's subsidiary force, the benefits obtained by the sect were self-evident. Quickly go to the scene. The more commotion it is at this time, the more careful we have to be, Yang Jie suddenly said. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly put away their excitement and rushed to Cloud Leisure Establishment. The entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was seething with excitement. All of the Ascenders were cheering joyfully. Yi Yuan's victory was not just his own victory. It was also the victory of Ascenders. His victory would usher in a new era and bring glad tidings to Ascenders. In a sense, the significance of Yi Yuan's victory even surpassed Sejuabufan. The cheers even drowned out Song Yongning's painful groans. Amidst these cheers, Song Yongning's voice gradually weakened and finally quietened. An alchemy genius of his generation fell here. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, I indeed didn't misjudge you. You vented my martial secure heavenly sex frustration for the past 20 years. Amidst the loud laugh, Luo Yunqing headed straight for Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the crowd, several dozen piercing cold-killing intent suddenly lit up. All of a sudden, corpses flew about randomly around Yi Yuan. At the same time, there were actually several dozen figures that charged towards him. Each one of them, their strengths were so powerful that it was suffocating the people around them. Jade Sovereign Heaven. Dozens of Jade Sovereign Heavens. Yes, dozens of people more than the SAS sins arranged by the Pill Alliance. The ones who wanted Yi Yuan dead were not just like Pill Alliance. The other four great heavenly regions, heavenly sects, did not want Yi Yuan to live either. The sensation caused by this matter was seriously far too great. It was naturally impossible for the four great heavenly regions to stay aloof from the affair. The rise of the Pill Pavilion did not just threaten the interests of the Pill Alliance, there was even the safety of the four great heavenly regions. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. In just an instant, he felt it. 31 people, 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens. In order to kill a greater sublime heavenly stratum, 31 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums were dispatched at once. The Pill Alliance really put down the blood capital. However, he did not have time to think too much either. His entire person immediately turned into a sharp sword and rushed toward Yi Yuan. At this moment, he only had one thought: to protect Yi Yuan from dying. Even if he died, Yi Yuan could not die. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was too great. But he just moved, and Uncle Wen moved already. Uncle Wen, Song Yongning's follower, was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse too. Furthermore, his strength was only stronger and not weaker than Luo Yunqing. Get lost! Luo Yunqing's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, and he roared furiously. Uncle Wen was expressionless and said with indifference, "Give up. Even if immortals come today, they can't save Yi Yuan either. He must die." Bang, bang, bang. In virtually an instant, Uncle Wen and Luo Yunqing exchanged more than 10 moves. But Luo Yunqing could not shake Uncle Wen off. And those 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens already rushed over. Yi Yuan was in grave danger. Chapter 26-29, 100 Poison Formation. Chapter 26-29, 100 Poison Formation. Audacious fellow, to dare cause trouble on my Shangyu Heavenly Sex territory, deserves to be killed. A stern yell came from above the void. It was Ling Wancheng. The 5 great sect masters rushed over at the same time. The Pill Alliance made thorough preparations. So how could the 5 great heavenly sects be amateurs? The 5 great sect masters moving out at the same time. How shocking was the commotion. And right at this time, an Astonis, plussing sword rose to the sky, flying straight for the 5 great sect masters. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Who was this? To actually dare make a move against the 5 great sect masters with his strength alone? Who could this person be if not Xiao Feibai? In a single breath, Xiao Feibai clashed with the 5 great sect masters. In a blink, Xiao Feibai and the 5 great sect masters exchanged more than 100 moves. The 5 great sect masters were actually unable to free themselves for some time. It had long already fallen into a mess in front of Cloud Leisure Establishment. The 5 great heavenly sects Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also moved out in full force at this time. It was just that their reaction was clearly not as fast as the Pill Alliance and other factions. Even though they made a move, they could only hinder a dozen overpeople. There were still nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens who rushed in front of Yi Yuan. When Feng Shuani saw this scene, his heart could not help palpitating, thinking inwardly that it was over. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, how could there be any fluke under the joint killing of 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens? The nearest one was less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. This bit of distance was but a single breath to a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. From the start until now, Yi Yuan did not even move a muscle, looking like he was scared silly. When that Jade Sovereign Heaven saw this scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Personally killing a genius who could defeat Holy Sun was a great sense of accomplishment. When the Huangfu Cloud Think on the watchtower saw this scene, a hint of smile similarly flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "No matter how monstrous the genius, it's also useless if he's dead. Boy, you showed too much of your ability." But very soon, the smile on his face froze. Those dozen overpeople Russ. Plussing towards Yi Yuan actually stopped at the same time. And Yi Yuan's figure also floated out from under the siege of more than a dozen people unhurriedly. An expression of shock appeared on Huangfu Cloudthink's face, and he muttered, What's going on here?" Suddenly, his gaze turned intent. He saw that wafts of hot steam actually emerged on top of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses' heads. Seeing this scene, how could Huangfu Cloudthink still not understand what had happened? Used poison? A greater, sublime, heavenly stratum. What kind of poison did he use to be able to affect 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time? Huangfu Cloudthink's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice. This scene similarly landed in the eyes of Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing, and the rest. Seeing Yi Yuan succeed in breaking out of the encirclement, their minds could not help quivering. This boy had such shocking moves. Facing the besiegement of nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, he could actually escape safe and sound. Seeing Yi Yuan float out unhurriedly, the faces of those Jade Sovereign Heavens all revealed indignant expressions. Not that they did not want to kill, but that they were strong in will, but lacking in strength. Although this poison was not lethal, it severely affected their movements. Especially one of the poisons, it even had a numbing effect. That Jade Sovereign Heaven, who charged right at the front, had a baleful look on his face. Just earlier, he suddenly discovered that he was poisoned. Furthermore, he got hit by many poisons. He suddenly discovered that he actually got caught in a poison formation. Roughly calculating, he was actually hit by 100 kinds of poison. Furthermore, the effects of these poisons were different from each other. Some targeted the meridians, some targeted the divine essence, some even targeted the origin divinity. With 100 types of poisons superimposed together, it actually made his bodily functions temporarily fall into paralysis, just like a machine that suddenly jammed. This guy was clearly right under his nose, but he was unable to take action. These Jade Sovereign Heavens did not dare to dawdle, expelling the poison on the spot. There were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses of the 5 great heavenly sects lying in wait on every side, getting poisoned at this time. Even if it was just getting poisoned a little, it would be fatal. Sure enough, right at this time, the 5 great heavenly sects Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived. The last 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the back were directly hacked to death. Just this tiny bit of delay, those Jade Sovereign Heaven SAS, since all fell into Siveness. And Yi Yuan also directly floated to the safe area. Ha ha, terrific lad. Indeed, you didn't let me down. Yi Yuan, wait a moment. This sect master will be there right away. When Feng Shuani saw Yi Yuan escape with his life, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh and said to the other 4 great sect masters, I'll leave this guy to you all. I'm going to protect Yi Yuan. Go on. Yang Jie answered. No matter how strong Xiao Feibai was, it was also impossible to tie down 5 great sect masters at the same time. His appearance earlier was just in order to buy a little time for the people below. Now that the plan fell through, with 4 great sect masters pinning him down, it was enough. Feng Shuani forced Xiao Feibai back with one move, his figure flying toward Yi Yuan like an arrow that left the bowstring. Xiao Feibai still had a frosty expression, but during the fierce battle, his brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the plan failed. However, Xiao Feibai's strength still shocked the 5 great sect masters. Facing the siege of 5 great sect masters, Xiao Feibai could actually hold out for so long. This level of strength was simply Astoni's. I plus ing. The 5 great sect masters knew in their hearts that Xiao Feibai's strength was not beneath any of theirs. Just who is your esteemed self? Yang Jie asked. Xiao Feibai's hand movements did not slow as he said coolly, Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall. Xiao Feibai. This battle today, the name of the 5 great sect masters, indeed lives up to the reputation. Unfortunately, I can't battle to my heart's content. In the future, this Xiao will naturally seek guidance from the 5 of you. Farewell. Sword intent surged on Xiao Feibai's body, and he suddenly slashed out with a sword. This sword was amazing to the extreme. When the Luo Yunqing, who was currently in a fierce battle, felt this sword intent, his expression immediately changed wildly. His gaze revealed a strong battle intent. Xiao Feibai's sword shocked him immensely. Too strong. Talented people indeed remained in concealment in the Pill Alliance. Repelling the 4 great sect masters with a sword, Xiao Feibai's figure moved, disappearing from the sky. Withdraw. At the same time, he even left behind a word. The Pill Alliance's powerhouses knew that this matter already could not go through and retreated one after another. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink frowned and said, 100 poison formation. I didn't expect that this boy's poison path can actually reach such a level. What a formidable boy. Finished saying, Huangfu Cloudthink's figure flashed, disappearing. Looking at Xiao Feibai's distant figure, the 4 great sect masters had solemn faces. I didn't expect that the Pill Alliance actually has such a formidable expert. His strength is likely not beneath any of us. Hua Zio exclaimed with a sigh. Ha ha, no need to put feathers in your own cap. In a one-on-one, we might not be his match. Yang Jie said with a cold smile. Hua Zio's expression choked, but he did not refute as well. He knew that what Yang Jie said was the truth. This Xiao Feibai's strength was extremely strong. Ling Wancheng sighed and said, this Pill Alliance has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Within a short 2 months, they could mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Most likely, their strength far exceeds our imagination. This faction is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yang Jian nodded slightly and said, our 5 sects can't be in a state of disunity anymore. At this rate, the dominion that Lord Zhuobufan won over will be lost by us eventually. Chapter 2630, Dispute. Chapter 2630, Dispute. In Shangyu Heavenly Sect's main hall, the 5 great sect masters were seated according to guest and host. The sixth seat was Yi Yuan. Even many highly qualified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were positioned below Yi Yuan too. It could be seen what kind of height this battle made Yi Yuan's status reach, becoming famous across the land with one battle. Yi Yuan and Song Yongming's alchemy battle subverted the world's understanding of alchemy, including these sect elders present. Only now did they know that there was even true grade above ninth grade. It turned out that affinity was not set in stone. Only then did they know how deep the Pill Alliance's foundation was. In reality, after this battle, the 5 great sect masters' dread toward the Pill Alliance grew deeper. What kind of terrifying powerhouses could such a powerful alchemy path faction groom? Xiao Feibai was merely one of them. Gentlemen, for so many years, we've been frogs at the bottom of a well. The strength that the Pill Alliance exhibited this time astonishes this sect master greatly. Not just their alchemy path strength, but also martial path strength. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces, his words full of solemnness. Xiao Feibai's appearance gave the 5 great sect masters tremendous pressure. When Ling Wanqing heard that, he also followed up. The strength of that man with a cold expression is only more and not less compared to the 5 of us. The sensation that this alchemy battle caused is too sudden. Most likely, the Pill Alliance is caught off guard too. But just judging from the strength that they displayed this time, the Pill Alliance's strength is unfathomable. Yang Jian nodded slightly and said, "The Pill Alliance rose after Lord Zhua went missing. This faction is very mysterious. It rarely shows its strength in front of others. All along, we only know that the heavenly alchemists that come from the Pill Alliance are very strong. But only all the way until today do we know that they are not just strong, but strong beyond our imagination. With their alchemy path strength, they can completely create a batch of martial Dao army, whose strength doesn't lose to us ascenders." Feng Shuani nodded and said, "The Pill Alliance boycotting my martial secure heavenly sect this time. It has likely been premeditated for a long time. They should have felt that their ACCU Mulat strength is already sufficient to go from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. They boycotted my martial secure heavenly sect in order to awe the world and reveal its strength. It's just that they didn't expect that my martial secure heavenly sect produced a Yi Yuan, completely disrupting their plans." The words of the few great sect masters made the expressions of the various sects' elders become very solemn. Clearly, they felt tremendous pressure too. In the Pill Alliance, the vast majority were native powerhouses, and native powerhouses and ascenders were naturally 2 camps that had clear distinctions between each other. Even wanting to fish in troubled waters was very, very difficult. Therefore, the Pill Alliance's existence was like a sharp sword suspending high above their heads. Yang Jia said, "Presently, our 5 light heavenly region has already made a clean break with the Pill Alliance. Our 5 sect masters have already decided that from now on, our 5 sects will work together to completely eliminate the Pill Alliance's forces." The elders trembled all over. Many people's faces revealed looks of hesitation. A white-browed elder said with a frown, "Sect Master Yang, this matter is likely inappropriate, right?" Completely breaking away from the Pill Alliance, the disciples are still fine, but how will we, these Jade Sovereign heavenly stratums, cultivate in the future? Although the 5 great sect masters already reached a consensus on this matter, but within each sect, it was also not harmonious. Those who took issue with it were not in a minority. In reality, with regards to the operation this time, each sect had many elders who objected to it in the first place. Otherwise, how could it be the Pill Alliance and other sects turn to act wildly in the 5 light heavenly regions territory? The various sect elders that came to Cloud Arch Great Nation this time were just a few. At this time, another elder spoke up and said, 5 sect masters, just a holy son of the Pill Alliance, already has such formidable strength. Then what kind of realm would the alchemy Tao of the leader of the Pill Alliance reach? Yi Yuan's talent and strength are indeed very strong, but can he refine grade 4 heavenly pills? Our 5 sects added together currently only has Chu Yen and Dong Rue, 2 grade 4 heavenly alchemists too. Can the Pill Pavilion take out grade 4 heavenly pills to support our 5 great heavenly sects, Jade Sovereign Heavens? No matter how strong Yi Yuan is, he's also merely on the same level as the Pill Alliance's Holy Son. He isn't Lord Zhuobufan and can't support us Ascenders. It's all this brat's fault. If not for him, we also wouldn't have ended up in this situation with the Pill Alliance. Yang Jie's suggestion was strongly opposed by many elders. Although these people were not the leaders of a sect, they had a great say in the sect. The weight of the words that they said was very heavy. Although the sect master was strong, it was also impossible to cover the sky with one hand in such a large sect. Therefore, there was an alliance this time. Hearing these elders' righteous objections, the 5 great sect masters all furrowed their brows tightly. Being able to become sect masters, their horizons and courage were not what these elders could compare to. Perhaps the 5 great heavenly sects each had their own interests, but on major issues of principle, the 5 people were surprisingly unanimous. Witnessing the Pill Alliance's might, the 5 people all deeply realized that they could no longer do things independently. If the 5 great heavenly sects still did not band up, the crisis of the 5 light heavenly region would probably be arriving soon. But these elders clearly could not see this. In their view, immediate interests were more important. What interests? Heavenly pills. Grade 4 heavenly pills. High-quality grade 4 heavenly pills. Only the Pill Alliance could provide them. Therefore, they did not want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance. Each and every one of these elders' blood boiled with indignation, but the spearhead of the words gradually pointed toward Yi Yuan. The fiercest one was the white-browed elder. He was the myriad manifestation, heavenly sect's second elder, Duan Yongchun. Do as I say, take Yi Yuan down and send him to the Pill Alliance to make amends and appease their wrath. Duan Yongchun said, Enough. Feng Shuani seriously could not listen anymore. He berated angrily and said, Duan Yongchun, use your brain to think properly. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance is a charity? They are actually using heavenly pills to control the entire Rain-Clear continent. Duan Yongchun sneered and said, Ho, this Duan's words. If Sect Master Feng doesn't like to hear it, forget it. But these words are overly exaggerating things to raise an alarm. The Rain-Clear continent is so big. How can it be what a Pill Alliance can control? Feng Shuani still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. The 5 great sect masters were taken aback, not knowing what he was going to do. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Duan Yongchun, but the latter was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, What? Master Yi is going to denounce this Duan publicly for some crimes? Fool! Yi Yuan spat out a word indifferently. Duan Yongchun's gaze turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Yi Yuan said coolly, I said, Fool. Everyone present, you are all fools. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the various sects' elders changed one after another. Boy, a measly little greater sublime heavenly stratum actually dares to insult us, deserves to die. Who the H-E-L-I do you think you are, to actually dare utter wild ravings? Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to do anything to you? Sect Master Feng, does your marshal secure heavenly sect discipline disciples like this? The elders were furious and scolded Yi Yuan angrily one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled indifferently and said, "Sorry, I'm not a disciple. This Yi is martial secure heavenly sex elder, my status being equivalent to everyone. So, what's wrong with scolding you fools?" Chapter 26:31. Proof. Chapter 26:31. Proof. Duan Yongchuan's gaze turned dark, and he looked toward Feng Shuani and said, "Sect Master Feng, don't blame me for not giving you face. If you're martial secure, Heavenly Sect doesn't give this elder an explanation today. Don't blame this Duan for not being courteous." While talking, Duan Yongchuan's aura suddenly erupted, looking toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Feng Shuani's expression changed. He knew that Duan Yongchun really got angry, but Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, "An idiot like you don't know how you became an elder. You want an explanation? Fine, I'll explain it to you. Wu Chengchao, come in." Yi Yuan's voice said right through the great hall. Very soon, Wu Chengchao came in. Wu Chengchao was just a sect protector. He did not have the qualifications to take part in this level of alliance meeting. However, Yi Yuan specially summoned him over. Seeing Wu Chengchao, everyone was very puzzled. Wu Chengchao pays respect to the sect masters and elders. Facing so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, Wu Chengchao's expression was somewhat pale. "Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of you calling a sect protector here?" Duan Yongchun said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan ignored him, turned to Chu Yen, and said, "Elder Chu, are you interested in fighting a match with our martial secure, Heavenly Sex Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist?" Chu Yen raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. He was Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sex Elder, and also Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sex 1 and only Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. He naturally had the qualifications to be here. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had him compete in alchemy with a martial secure Heavenly Sect Protector. If it was Yi Yuan taking action, he would naturally directly surrender. But against a puny little Grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist, he did not take him seriously. Chu Yen smiled and said, "Looks like Elder Yi feels that this old man isn't his match." Yi Yuan was not reserved either, nodding as he said, "Coolly, that's right. Wu Chengchao was single-handedly trained by me. You're not his match." Murmur. There was an uproar in the great hall. This boy was also too not low profile. Did you think that everyone was a genius like you? Yi Yuan had not entered the sect for a long time either. It was merely a short 10 years. Considering this period, he was not in the sect for a very long time. Yi Yuan casually taught Wu Chengchao, and then he could deal with Elder Chu Yen? Highly boastful. Ha ha ha. It's hilarious. Yi Yuan, is it possible that you saw that the current atmosphere was very depressing and are deliberately trying to diffuse the tense? When Duan Yongchun heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, "Elder Duan, when I competed in alchemy with the Pill Alliance's holy son, I signed an origin divinity curse. Why don't you try it too?" Duan Yongchuan's expression changed, and he immediately shut up. Although he did not feel that Wu Chengchao could win in his heart, but agreeing to an origin divinity curse because of this sort of thing, he would be pretty much insane. Seeing Duan Yongchuan's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "If you don't dare, shut up. Elder Duan, no one will treat you as a mute." "You." Duan Yongchun choked up until he could not speak. Chu Yen looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not understanding where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. He naturally knew about Wu Chengchao. The 5 great heavenly sects only had few famous heavenly alchemists. Even so, who did not know the others? No matter how terrible Wu Chengchao was, he was at any rate a Grade 3 heavenly alchemist too. He could barely manage to enter Chu Yan's sights. It was just that in his view, Wu Chengchao's strength was very average. In fact, he belonged to the low end among the 5 great heavenly sects grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Such a guy was casually trained by Yi Yuan for a few dozen years, and he could defeat him? He did not believe it. Since Elder Yi has this intention, fine then. What's the harm in this old man taking action once? Chu Yan said. Actually, Chu Yan admired Yi Yuan very much. An ascender whose affinity was only 1 point being able to reach this point, it was simply outrageous to hear. Chu Yan's affinity was very high. That was how he could reach the realm of grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Yi Yuan's appearance could be said to be a milestone figure to ascender heavenly alchemists. If there was an opportunity, he would naturally be willing to ask Yi Yuan for advice or two. As for why Yi Yuan was so strong, as a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, Chu Yan naturally wanted to know very much. Therefore, he gave Yi Yuan some face. This, Yi Yuan, can Wu Chengchao do it? Feng Shuani pulled Yi Yuan to one side and could not resist asking. He also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly pull an unusual move to actually make Wu Chengchao go against Chu Yan. He had confidence in Yi Yuan, but Wu Chengchao, he really did not have much confidence. One had to know, these few years, martial secure, heavenly sects, heavenly medicines were scarce. Wu Chengchao did not have that many heavenly medicines to practice as well. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sect Master Rest, assured Yi Yuan won't mess around. Wu Chengchao's current strength is definitely above Chu Yan's. Although Yi Yuan said it with certainty, Feng Shuani was still not confident. When this scene landed in Duan Yongchuan's eyes, there naturally could not dispense with a bout of cold sneers. If Wu Chengchao won, then things could naturally be discussed. But if Wu Chengchao lost, this matter could be seized on to make an issue out of it. In his view, the Pill Alliance was not very aggressive and would not take part in the 5 great heavenly regions' struggles. How could an alchemy faction have such great ambitions? The main hall was very large. The alchemy battle venue was in the center of the main hall. All of the elders could see the 2 people compete in alchemy clearly. Chu Yan's strength naturally went without saying. When grade 4 heavenly alchemist was put out there, no matter how weak he was, he could not be that weak. Rather, it was Wu Chengchao. No one was optimistic about him at all. These 2 people's alchemy battle was not as earth-shaking as Yi Yuan and Holy Sun. It could be said that it was all within the scope of mortals. Therefore, until that moment when the medicinal pill's quality came out, there was no way to tell who was stronger. After several hours, the 2 people's grade 3 heavenly pills came out of the furnace respectively. The heavenly pill was chosen by Yi Yuan, grade 3 foundation establishment, heavenly pill. When Chu Yan's heavenly pill was put on the Cloud Mount Motherstone, the scale reached upper 7th grade very quickly. This result naturally attracted a series of exclamations. Ha! Good. Indeed, well-deserving of being Master Chu Yan. His skills are extraordinary. A grade 3 foundation establishment, heavenly pill being able to reach upper 7th grade. It already exceeded the limits of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Ha! I don't believe that he, Wu Chengchao, can reach 8th grade. When many elders saw this result, they all had gloating faces. Clearly, Wu Chengchao's foundation establishment, heavenly pill, did not reach 9th grade. Then, only by reaching 8th grade could he suppress Chu Yan. This was virtually impossible to a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Actually, Wu Chengchao himself was also not confident. In the past 20 years, martial secure heavenly sect did not have sufficient grade 3 heavenly medicines for him to practice at all. But he did not spend his days in a muddle-headed manner. These 20 years, he used even more time to study grade 2 heavenly pills, and grade 1 heavenly pills. These methods were all taught to him by Yi Yuan. Wu Chengchao did not feel resentment because Yi Yuan made use of him. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yi Yuan because he could see his own improvement in alchemy path strength. With a FLUS tiered feeling, Wu Chengchao moved his own grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. The scale skyrocketed. The moment when the scale stopped, the entire hall cried out in exclamation. Middle 8th grade. How is this possible? Based on Wu Chengchao's strength, he can actually cultivate the grade 3 foundation establishment, heavenly pill to middle 8th grade. Duan Yongcheng cried out strangely with a look of disbelief.